Hello everyone, my name is Pixorifs. Welcome to a bonus Wednesday Minecraft live stream. How is everybody doing in the chat? Hope you're all very well. We're back so soon, I know. You weren't expecting that, were you? But yeah, no, I decided, because reason for the bonus stream, I'm doing a bit of work terraforming the end for Friday's episode, and I was going to play a bunch of Minecraft off camera anyway, and just do like boring kind of terraforming placey stuff. And so I thought, why don't we turn that into a stream? Because, you know, normally I don't stream on Wednesdays, but I figured I was going to do it anyway, so I might as well. Jeshni, with the 200 bits. Thank you so much for the Pride bits and the bonus stream hype. Folks in chat, enjoy your special Pride emotes. Amazing stuff. Time for tea, indeed. Yes, I actually have the biggest teapot I own on the desk in front of me right now. I'm going to try and lift it with one hand, but like, oh, there it is. It's a mammoth teapot. But I've got a big pot of fruit tea, and yeah, we're just going to take it chill today. We're gonna do this block by block. It's going to be awesome. So yeah, I was holding it quite close to the camera, so maybe it's not quite that big, but yes, here we go. Why are we streaming it to Wednesday? It's because it's fun. Streaming is fun. And I was going to do some stuff off camera anyway, so I thought we'd turn this into a stream. So, I don't know if anyone said anything, but your intro for the survival guide is spot on. Transition from first to third person is timed perfectly. I mean, I have the first person like perspective switch key bound to R instead of F5. Makes it so much easier to tap with your finger instead of like reaching halfway up the keyboard to F5. How long is the stream going to last? I don't know, because I kind of want to stream until we hit 10,000 followers. We're only 200 away. In fact, we're only 189 away, exactly. So if y'all haven't dropped a follow already, you should be following, because just about to hit 10k. We hit 100,000 views on Twitch on yesterday's stream, which is incredible. Thank you guys so much. 100,000 total views across like all of the streams I've done is huge. And you guys are an amazing audience, and I wanted to like stream a couple of times like extra over the next couple of weeks, because my wife is still in the States, so I can't spend time with her, so I want to spend time with somebody, and that turns out to be you guys, I guess. Thank you guys so much for dropping the extra follows, really appreciate it. So let's get into it. Let's do some endscaping. I'm out here in the end. I've done the Ender episode. That's going to come out tomorrow. Nembon's Ender Mini is a beast of a farm. I'm very happy with it. And, I've been taking screenshots with my camera account. That's why my FOV is in super, super fast. So what I'm going to do here is a bunch of, like, overworld-style terraforming. Basically, I kind of want to adapt the landscape of the end to do some Minecraft stuff. So, yeah, it's gonna look like the overworld. And backseat game and die in my chat. Thank you. Yay, 2 months. Renee Mass. Thank you so much for the 2 months of support. Can we see some sub hype in the chat, please? Thank you guys so much. We are friends. We are friends. This is the deal. This is the deal. And I need to clear some space in my inventory. I have so many ender pearls now. It's a little bit excessive. But, yeah, that's what getting an Enderman farm will do for you. Now, I guess I can put them in this. I've brought a ton of bookshelves. The plan is to make a village while we're out here as well. So I brought a ton of, like, of bookshelves and weird stuff like that so that we can make a village. But a lot of this is just going to be, like, block placement, and I've got some dirt that I can throw down here instead of grass just to spread the grass to that. We're probably going to have to run back to the overworld a bunch of times to get more resources, though. But here we go. There's the sub-hype. Thank you guys so much for the sub-hype. A village with villagers. Yes, that's the plan. We're gonna bring some villagers out here. It's going to be hectic, but I'm gonna do my best, and I think it will be a lot of fun to get those village boys out here. And in theory, like my ultimate goal is to like win a raid in the end. I think that would be a lot of fun. I turn all this into grass. Grass and stone and a few other kind of like landscape features is what I would like to do. To start off with, though, we are going to terraform a lot of this into grassland, yeah. I want to build village stuff on some of the flatter areas. Villagers in space! Do villagers get attacked by Endermen? No, villagers only get attacked by zombies. And they're scared of zombie pigmen. Oh, that one grew. Nice. They're scared of zombie pigmen, but zombie pigmen don't even attack them. So, yeah, it's basically just zombies. And there ain't no zombies in space. So, that's good. Unless you're playing Galacticraft, of course. Today is not Thursday. You're correct. Well done for understanding calendars. And thus, he passed his GCSEs. I think we should name one of the villagers Joel from Mystery Science Theater 3000. I like that concept. This is the not-too-distant future. Winning a raid in the end should be an achievement. I think more stuff should be an achievement in this. I'm not quite sure, like, if they have a system in place to track things, but one of the episodes I want to do in future, if we've covered, like, data packs and stuff like that in episodes, one of the things I would love to do is some sort of course, he's taken my dirt already. I need to get an anti-Enderman griefing data pack or something. But one of the things I would love to do is an episode about custom advancements, because you can create them yourself, and it's like a fun extra challenge, especially if you're on a server and you want to theme stuff around your server. The other thing I need to bear in mind out here is that grass spread relies on light, so I need to make sure I light this place up. But that's also good practice, because it means Endermen don't spawn, which is nice. I have received my play button. Yes, I have. I haven't opened it yet, though. Waiting for my wife to get back so that we can celebrate. Gonna get a bottle of champagne or something. It'll be nice. Hey, Snagdad, welcome along. Good to see you. Welcome to the bonus Wednesday live stream. Why am I streaming when it's not Thursday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, or Sunday? Sorry, I've got Wednesday on the brain now. I'm streaming because I was bored. Basically, I was bored and I figured I was going to do some stuff in Minecraft anyway, so I thought I might as well share it with you guys. Now, be grateful. Stop asking me why and just enjoy. I'm kidding. I love you guys. You're the best. You said it was end week. You thought you meant the series was ending? Oh, yeah. No, I gather that was a misunderstanding a few people had. But don't worry, the series is alive and well, and we have so much to do. We have so much to do. Be grateful, peasants. I'm a great surprise today. Well, good. I'm glad somebody's surprised and happy. Impromptu stream! Indeed, Nana, indeed. And I would like to do more stuff like this on a regular basis, but then I feel like I get more people on board if people know when I'm going to be live, and so they just sort of show up when they expect me. But, yeah, it's kind of fun to just throw down a stream whenever I want to. I used to do this more often like that. I used to stream less on a schedule and more just like when I had the time. But obviously setting a schedule is probably a good idea. Give me back my dirt block, sir. Do not take it from me. That's right. I swipe at your legs. I have killed many of you now. I wonder how many, actually. Let me take a quick look at mobs right now. Enderman. Okay, 2,056. That's a lot. And it's only going to get more than that. Ginger the Lily with 100 shamrocks. Thank you so much for the extra shamrocks and the 100 bits for the bonus stream. It's where we're at. Oh, you got a new bit badge as well. Congrats. Great stuff. Streaming on a Wednesday. And Mochi Crunk with 200 bits. The 200 seems goods for the Wednesday stream. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for spreading those pride emotes to the chat as well. I ask no questions. So yeah, there's some fun stuff about building in the end, which I'm going to cover in Friday's video, because this is going to be a video that goes out on Friday. The Bob 111111 with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million, and I appreciate the support. Thank you. Am I swapping over to 1.14? I have been in 1.14 since it came out. So yes. What was I going to say? Yeah, the stuff about terraforming in the end that's a little bit weird. I thought for ages that water would freeze naturally when you were like building with water in the end, and it turns out it doesn't, but it stays frozen if you have ice. Like ice doesn't melt in daylight, or like frosted ice that you get from having Frostwalker does not unfreeze unless you have block light next to it. So I thought for a long time that I was just going to have to spam lights everywhere to make sure the water stayed unfrozen, but apparently not the case. Apparently not the case. I need to pour some tea. What am I doing? Oh, this thing is so heavy. It's like absolute beast. Next to my head for scale. It is a teapot larger than my own head, as all teapots should be. I've got some lovely passion fruit and papaya tea. It's going to be the best. I'm so excited for this. New teapot? Old teapot, actually. This belonged to my grandmother. Oh, that's good, though. Oh, very nice. Thick teapot. Basically is. It basically is. Right, now this is all lit up. Hopefully grass should be spreading. It seems to be. Oh, we saw it happen live. There we go, yes. So we'll keep the grass going, we'll keep the dirt going. I will have to get so much more of this. The teapot to end all teapots. I don't want to end all teapots. Teapots are good. I want them to stay around, if anything. I drink tea even on hot days. Not usually. I mean, sometimes I will have a cup of tea in the evening when it's getting cooler, but like on hot days I tend to drink like water and juice and that kind of stuff, you know? Usually put sugar with passion fruit tea. Yeah, I have some sugar that's actually just like in the pot with this, so I don't have to mess around with stirring it on the stream and causing clanking noises. Will I have water pods? What do you mean water pods? Like, I'm planning on putting, like, streams and stuff in the landscape here. Did I already raid the end city? No, I'm planning on leaving this one for a little while, because I already have all of the shulker boxes and elytra and stuff that I need, but I want to use this because it's so close to one of the end gateways over there. That's like the northwest one? Yeah. It's yeah, because that's west, right? This is north, that is west, yes. So that one there is really close to that end city, and I want to use that as an example of how to bring a shulker back to the overworld, which is something we will have to do to get, how did we get here at some point anyway? So I kind of want to do that. The plan today is to do a bunch of terraforming here in the end. I hope you will enjoy it. What are you supposed to do with speed potions? Drink them and go fast. Become Sonic. Need a stream or a video just discussing tea? Well, it can be this one if you like. Ask me questions about tea. What do you want to know? I'm not like a tea expert or anything. I drink a lot of it, and I have like a bit more variety than just English breakfast tea, but I'm not the most knowledgeable person about tea. What's the reason for terraforming the end? Because you can. Like, basically, it's a fun project to do. It's something that people might not have realized that you can do, and I want to show people the possibilities of this game in some of these episodes. I also want to take some villagers out here, and I want them to feel like they have a hospitable environment to live in. But not that that matters to the game or anything, but I just like the idea of them having a little plains village out here in the middle of this, like, landscape full of moon rock and tall guys. What's the tea that I dislike the most? Good question. I don't really like stuff that's got too much sort of aromatic spice in it, stuff with like nutmeg and everything, but that's more like I don't like it as much as other tea rather than like I actively dislike it. Oh, anything with licorice. I hate licorice. I'm not a big fan of licorice at all. So yeah, anything that's got like that aniseedy flavor in it, I'm like, nah, not for me. I'm not going to begrudge anybody else drinking it, but if you give it to me, I will probably not enjoy it. Once, when I was in America, I lived in America for a year. It's a long story, but basically my dad had a project over there for work, and we moved to California for a year because he was working in like a Silicon Valley company at the time. And I went to school in America. I did like a year of elementary school. I was in 6th grade in Sunnyvale, California, and while we were there, I took a bunch of exams because it was like the last year of elementary school before everybody moved up to junior high and stuff. So I took a bunch of American exams, and our teachers were pretty chill, and one of them said, like, when I like to study, when I'm like revising for something or whatever, I like to have something to chew on. So she handed out jelly beans to the entire class, which was really cool and very nice thing to do, and like not something I was really familiar with, because in the UK schools they don't really like encourage kids to snack during study time. So it was a little bit weird for me, and I was like, heck yeah, jelly beans. Except she gave me one that was licorice, and I threw it up. I threw up violently in the trash outside because for a start I didn't realize it was licorice, and so it took me by surprise. But also I think I had some kind of like bad reaction to it, and so I do not like licorice, and I can't remember what happened to the exam. I think I probably like retook part of it at some point, or like they just gave me an A because they made me throw up. I don't know, but it was not a great experience. You appreciate the bonus stream today because your day is your day off. Oh, lovely. Yes, glad I could stream on some people's days off. I gather I will probably catch a couple of people who are around on Wednesdays and aren't around on other days, so that is cool. This stream is for you. Nick12341 with 2 months of Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the resub. Can we see some sub hype in the chat, folks? Thank you so much for the resub, Nick. Do beds explode when villagers sleep? No. And that is something I plan on demonstrating in a future episode. That is the plan, at least. We will see. Crazy Kyle with the host. Thank you for the host. Tuna Fishy Boy. Hello, welcome along. My day is going very well, thank you. I've already recorded 1 full episode of the Minecraft Survival Guide, and by doing this stream, I will have got enough done that I can probably finish the 2nd episode. And then, 2 days ahead, I will be caught up with this week's stuff. We also have a sub from Mad Tula with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime sub here. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. Great to have you on board. Oh boy, my favorite Minecraft streamer is live. So let's go watch Doc M. Am I right? If I am your favorite Minecraft streamer, thank you. I appreciate you. If I knew they gave Ace for vomit, you would have gotten food poisoning frequently. Well, yeah, nobody wants to actually have food poisoning instead of take exams. I mean, maybe you do, but that's not a great outlook to have on life. You're just watching spoilers. I mean, if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine. You can leave. It's all good. What am I terraforming the end for? For fun, mainly. Like, why do I do anything in this game except for fun? But yeah, I want to do some stuff that sort of looks like the overworld here, and we'll grow trees, and we'll have like a little custom biome thing here. I don't have any bone meal on me, so I am having to plant these sapli just kind of on their own, and wait for them to grow in high enough light levels. But they are troopers, and they will pull through. You're off school because of an ear infection. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but hey, congrats on being off school, I guess. Will I have a lake or a forest? Probably both. Probably both. Which probably means I'll have to move some, like, birch saplings out here and stuff if we want to simulate the forest. It's not spoilers, it's an early look. Yeah, think of this as a preview screening. And also, this is exclusive content because I don't put clips from my streams into my videos very often. So you guys are getting a behind-the-scenes DVD special feature right now is what you want. See you later, Matthew. Thanks for hanging out on today's stream. Hope you have a good day. Dr. Finn-tastic, thank you so much for the host. What costumes will the villagers have? I think when you move villagers from the overworld to anywhere that doesn't have its own costume, its own outfit, I think you just get plains villagers. I'm pretty sure that's all you get. They probably keep some of the costumes that they brought with them, though. So if you brought a villager from a savanna biome, and like you just had savanna villagers here, they would probably, like, some of them would keep the costumes that their parents had. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. What am I drinking? I'm drinking this tea that the loose leaf tea shop in my my town makes. It's called Coco Cabana Cooler, and it's passion fruit and papaya and pineapple fruit tea with hibiscus, and it's really good. Would they keep the ones they spawn in? I think so. If you cure zombie villagers, I'm pretty sure you just get the costume from the biome that zombie spawned in. So, like, if you get a villager that spawns as a zombie in a snowy village, then... Oh, man, we should bring snowy villagers here, though. I just thought of that because, like, they look like they are well-equipped for the cold. And so, considering this is, like, a kind of outer space style thing, you would really want them to have, like, cold weather gear or something. That would be really good. See, is this guy stealing my stuff, or is he helping the terraforming efforts? That's what I want to know. Let's put down a torch on this and grow some more grass around it. Use a beacon. For what? Ain't nothing here that will help with a beacon. You can't insta-mine endstone with a beacon. Don't I make a village in an end city style? That is also part of the plan, Mad Tula. That is also part of the... He's starting a rival village over here. I love that. Enderman's like, no, I'm back in this village. This village for life. Endermen are really just space scavengers. I like that as an interpretation. I do like the fact they've come to the nether as well now, because they can carry around pieces of netherrack, and you're like, where are you going with that? Taking disgusting tasting medicine. Yeah, medicine never tastes great, does it? Unless you've got some of that that stuff they give to kids, like the liquid paracetamol stuff that's just like entirely sugar. Use a beacon for speed boost or jump boost just for fun. Oh man, for jump boost though, if it was going to be like a moon environment, that's actually a really fun idea and I like that. But it does involve putting a beacon up here, and I don't really have... Do I have like a spare nether star? I might do. I might do. Build an Enderman farm. Who are you saying that to? I missed that message originally. End gateway spawned over a void. What should you do? Yeah, no, build an Enderman farm. I've got one of them now. They're on trend. Do it. I dare you. Hey, Forelli. Welcome along. Good to see you. Welcome to today's bonus Wednesday stream. Got 230 people here right now. Welcome along, guys. Glad you could hang out with me today. I'm always a little bit worried when I stream on off days, like when I don't normally stream, that nobody's going to turn up because they're so used to me streaming Thursdays and Tuesdays and Sundays that they're like, what are you doing today? And a lot of people did seem to be confused, but don't worry. It's all Enderman farms in the colour yellow. Hey, surf colours are the latest thing right now. Did I build the Ender for tomorrow's episode? I did! I did. It's currently deactivated because of how hectic it is. Got plans on any of the Minecraft series? Not right now, no. Right now I plan to just do the survival guide until I've got no more survival guide to do. Which is a weird thought, because I don't think I will ever have run out of stuff for survival guide. As long as Minecraft keeps updating, there'll be new stuff to do. You're expecting tomorrow, but you're enjoying the stream with your lovely fiancée, Dawn. Oh, hi, Dawn. How much Minecraft do I play? A lot. I don't know how to quantify it. Like, I don't keep track of how many hours I play per day. We've been keeping track of how many, like, hours have been put into this world, but only because Minecraft keeps track of that automatically. A Wednesday stream? This is madness! Yeah, just putting in little landscapey details here and there. How to join the server? I don't have a server. Or, well, I have a patron server, but this is a single-player world. Am I also playing other games? Right now I play a lot of Tetris 99 very casually on the Switch. But that's not stuff that I tend to stream all that much. A lot of my game time goes into making stuff for my YouTube channel, which right now means playing a lot of Minecraft. Hey, Boss at Minecraft. I'm doing very well today. Thank you for asking. Watching the stream in bed at 3 AM. It's 3 AM for you? Gosh. You must live on the opposite side of the world to me. My hype for Hytale? I'm indifferent towards Hytale right now. I'm going to wait and see what it's actually like. Because nobody really knows like when it's coming out or what the gameplay is really going to be like. They've given us a lot of stuff about the art style and about the world and how it's going to generate and stuff, but in terms of gameplay, I feel like it's a voxel game, but it's got RPG elements. It's not going to be, you know, as interesting to me as Minecraft, because what I like about Minecraft is the creativity and the emergent gameplay side of things. Minecraft and Tetris both have blocks. It's a conspiracy from the Illuminati. How do I deal with burnout? I kind of don't get it anymore. I deal with burnout by persevering, I guess. Like I don't really know at this point. I feel like I've been managing to stay on top of things just by virtue of the fact that my YouTube channel is going really well right now, and that's tremendously motivating. Because I think ultimately, burnout is not necessarily a problem with anything other than your own motivation. And you've just got to find a reason to do what you do. That's really it. What do I think about Minecraft Earth? I think it looks kind of cool. I'm looking forward to getting my hands on it so I can give a more informed opinion. But what I have seen looks very promising. You just got Twitch. How do you subscribe? It depends. If you're talking about subscribe in the sense of like the YouTube side of things, you probably want to hit follow. And I don't know if you're on a mobile device or not, if that is elsewhere on the screen for you. But on the browser version of Twitch, it's just like the heart button above the screen. Subscribing on Twitch is like a paid subscription. So you get like emotes and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know how to do that on mobile, but some other people might know. Is this for the End Village? It is, kind of, yeah. Also just to do some fun landscaping stuff, but yeah, mostly for the End Village eventually. We're going to do a little bit more custom landscaping with, like, slabs and cobblestone and stuff as well. I have bits and pieces of that stuff somewhere, probably just in my inventory. That is stone. Andesite, there we go. Andesite, cobblestone, bits and pieces. Stuff like this. Do I have... I don't think I have a crafting table here. So let's make that out of some dark oak. Recommend this to everyone but play Persona 5. I've heard some very good things about the Persona series. I follow a few people who are really into that series. throw in some stuff like this here and there, just to give a bit more of like a shallow grade to the landscape here and there. Make it feel a little bit more traversable. Do I watch F1? Formula 1? No, not really. How did I first grow my channel? I made a bunch of tutorial videos that got noticed by a YouTuber called OMG Chad, who runs a YouTube channel called OMG Craft, which is kind of like a tutorial sort of based thing, kind of like mine, but with a very different sort of presentation to it. And he basically gave me a shout out. My channel was the first one that he chose to kind of spotlight as this is a cool creator doing cool stuff that deserves more subscribers. So I owe a lot of that to him in the early days. But yeah, since then I guess I've kind of made a name for myself doing tutorial videos. And tutorials are a really great way of getting people through the door on your channel, because people are always searching for how to do stuff in Minecraft, whereas the average, say, like Minecraft Let's Play series tends to get a little bit played out, and there are set people that you really want to watch when you're watching Let's Plays. You're watching people like the Hermitcraft guys and that kind of stuff. So unless your Let's Play is really something quite special and people know who you are already, it's very difficult to get a foothold in that. So tutorials are a great way of bringing people into your channel, and then if they like you, they'll stick around for your other stuff like Let's Plays. What am I? I'm a human. What are you? It's great to see you on a Wednesday. Hey, thanks. Great to be here on a Wednesday. Oh, we got a big tree. Oh, I'm so happy about big tree. Very happy about large oak trees. They look so good in the context of this weird growing landscape. And the terraforming here isn't great so far, but I like the idea that the overworld hasn't adapted to the end quite right, and it like forms some kind of weird shapes and things. Like if here's a fun idea we could do. Like the end kind of does some weird stuff to the overworld, and it starts to like the grass grows and it kind of spirals out in these weird sort of shapes. And that's how it starts to naturally form. And maybe some of it starts to kind of fill in, but you end up with these weird offshoots of weird geometric terrain. Like the ground isn't quite sure what it's supposed to be doing. I don't know. There's like some neat stuff you can do with that, like in terms of the fiction of the world here. I like the idea that maybe the stone comes up to fill this so you can still walk on it and it's not a pain to walk on, but you end up with more of these interesting geological features that wouldn't happen naturally in the overworld, just to kind of get the sense that this is weird and unnatural. Maybe even make this slabs just to make it stand out a little bit more, thinking about it. Because if we fill that in, that's not really going to look like anything, is it? Could use a little mycelium. Yeah, no, mycelium would be a good call as well. Have it be like end grass, basically. Fits in with the color scheme of the area too, so that's a neat idea. If we wrap the stone around it like this, and then we turn this into more of like a square cliff. Skull Daisy, yeah, like managed to predict that as it was happening. We'll mix some andesite slabs in here just for some fun effects. Yeah, get that little bit of detail in. That's neat. I like that. You can hardly notice the andesite, but it's just adding that nice amount of texture. That's pretty cool. Is there any lore for the village's existence? Not as such. I mean, I haven't thought of anything specific and like settled on a story for it, but my idea is that they're just here somehow under their own steam and they've kind of come to explore the end. They've heard of this place and they don't really know what it is. space villages. Spillages. And let's start putting some stone in here. Like that. And that's just going to revert back to dirt in a minute, so that's kind of fine. Can you imagine the like the mushroom island grass if it was that color in the end? You could do that with a texture pack pretty easily, I expect. I think Python has a pack that makes all of the grass like bright Minecraft alpha style green. We got any andesite? Just raw andesite. I made it into slabs, didn't I? What if villagers fall off into the void? I don't think they will. I think their pathfinding doesn't allow them to just drop off the side of stuff if the fall is significantly big. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Endermen do that, but they're weird, so I think villagers are programmed to have at least a little bit of self-preservation instinct. Weird as it sounds, considering they're normally just massive dopes, but if it's their world, then you're the Martian. I mean, kind of, yeah. We should start planting potatoes. I haven't seen that film. So if we put some more grass and stuff down here, like at that level, is that still going to feel like enough of a landmark? I don't want these things to blend in too much. I want them to stand out, but I also don't want there to just be endstone around everywhere. And there's some cool stuff like this in other video games. Like Breath of the Wild has this, where there will be some naturally generated land formations that are like in the shape of a spiral. And they're obviously like it's not a procedurally generated world, so somebody has designed that by hand, but you're encouraged to think that that is something that the world itself has naturally done. When really it's just like, hey, we painted a big spiral on this map and there's like a quest at the end of it, you know? Potatoes should be the crop of choice. That's the thing. One of the things I want to demonstrate with this is the fact that you can farm crops in the end, because as long as they have artificial light, you can still do stuff like that. So we need to make more labyrinths like this out here. I love the idea that whatever terraforming mojo they've put into this, it's sort of creating labyrinths because the end sort of reacts to it in a weird way. Should stream Breath of the Wild. I do not have a an Elgato like capture card thing, so it would be not possible for me to do that right now. It's probably Korok seeds at the end of that. Yeah, probably. Let's yeah. He's like right there with like a little umbrella. Aliens. Did I see Breath of the Wild 2? I heard they'd yeah, put out a thing for a sequel. I haven't watched any of E3 after the Microsoft conference though. Think you saw something similar on Reddit? No, there was somebody else posted that. That was part of I was looking on Reddit the other day and I saw someone who had done like it was like an end city, but they'd made it out of oak and cobblestone and stuff. And it's something I mentioned in the video that I'm like preparing for by doing the stream basically. I like the idea that the villagers who have moved here have decided to try and emulate some of the landscape that's here, or alternatively they kind of scavenge the materials they can from the landscape and they make their own homes out of stuff like endstone brick and purple blocks, but in the style of village houses from the overworld, you know? So there's a few different things you can do with that seems like it'd be kind of fun. But yeah, that is a big city. Big end city. Thoughts on Animal Crossing? I don't really have any. I've never played any of the Animal Crossing games before, so I don't really have much opinion on them. But I've heard people think they're really good, so yeah, I might I might see if I can give them a try at some point. What biome is this grass from? The end. Like you don't tend to get, if you harvest grass in one biome and place it in another biome, it doesn't keep the color. So you couldn't take grass from a swamp and put it in a jungle. It's all just grass. It adapts to whatever color the biome has when you go there. Let's just have some weird, like, crop circle style formation kind of thing over here. That's the plan. Shear a tree to look like Hestu. Dun 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 dun. I love that guy. He gives me more space for swords. My favourite. Indeed, Major Carter. Hello, welcome along. Okay, need more stone slabs, I guess. What does this look like? Kind of got a Delta rune thing going on. Is that the squid emote from Twitch? You know, it might be at this point. It might be. Looks like hieroglyphs. Yeah, that's the idea. Is to have the landscape just do some weird stuff occasionally. I might just leave it like that. Much as I want to do like a crazy big crop circle style detail, I think I might just leave it like this. Let's start spreading the dirt as well. What am I making? I'm making a landscape with weird stuff in it. At least it'll be safe from raids. You don't even know. It is possible to trigger a raid in the end. You don't get pillager patrols spawning out here. But if you go here with bad omen, and there's a village, like a valid village, a raid will start. It's kind of the best. I love the idea of having a raid in the end. That's kind of one of my goals for this, is to bring villagers out here, cultivate a village, and then actually have a raid that takes place in the end. That's what you meant? You meant patrols? Yeah. I feel like people conflate raids and patrols, and it gets confusing when people talk about it. Because it really it makes me laugh when someone sees a bunch of pillagers who are like an illager patrol, and they're like, "Oh no, there's a raid happening." I'm like, that's not how that works. But hey, not everybody is the Minecraft wiki personified, so let's go into the air for a second and see what this looks like. Also, I think it's ambient environment, isn't it? Okay, good. Right, yeah. I turned that down to see if it would make any difference to the Enderman. Alright, yeah, that is kind of cool. To see if it would make any difference to the Enderman, and I realized that I couldn't hear my firework rocket sounds, and that was really weird for a while. Won't villagers die from beds? No. Villagers can sleep in beds, in the Nether and the End. And I'm pretty sure that is intentional, because much as it's against canon for, like, the player, the whole point of beds exploding in the Nether and the End is just because you can't set your spawn there, because there's no day-night cycle. So, like, there's no reason villagers shouldn't be able to use beds. On Bedrock, you got raids constantly when they first came out, but after a patch, you haven't seen a patrol since. They have been nerfed a little bit in Java as well, but not in the current release. In the pre-releases, they are a little bit less frequent. They appear about half as often as they used to. Can patrols spawn in mob grinders now? Maybe? I think they have to spawn in areas with sky access. I think that's the case. Or maybe it's just that they can spawn in skylight and I've conflated the two. But, like, yeah, I think there is a chance for them to spawn places like that. It also depends on the block. I think they can spawn on some blocks that other mobs can't. Or they only spawn in certain places. I forget exactly what the spawning conditions are. Does the path block count as a whole block? No. That'd be something else we could do here, speaking of path blocks, actually. We could do something like this. Kind of adds a weird element to it. Do I know why Tango isn't playing on Hermitcraft? I'm pretty sure he's busy with developing his own mod and stuff. Because he hasn't released Techtopia yet, has he? Still sort of working on that. What am I doing? I'm building a landscape. We're terraforming the end. Is this my full-time job? Kind of no. I have a part-time job as well as this, but I do put a lot of work into my YouTube and Twitch channels to the point where I guess you could call this my full-time job because I put the full-time amount of hours into it. But I just think of it as one of my jobs. Considering that I also do stuff like the Hermitcraft recap and my podcast, and I consider those work as well, they're all kind of part of it. So I guess overall you could say like Minecraft content creation is my job, and then I also have another job. How come when you crouch the shield doesn't operate? Because I'm playing Java Edition, not Bedrock, and Java Edition allows you to right-click, which Bedrock Edition is apparently allergic to. No, it's a concession for mobile users. That's why it's a the crouching thing is like a is a mechanic that allows it to work across multiple different platforms. Because Bedrock Edition on mobile is the same as Bedrock Edition on Xbox. How long am I going to keep grassing? Probably this entire stream. Grass, stone, whatever else we want to terraform with. Might do a little bit of building later, but the idea is to cover like a lot of this island, and I want to, in theory, get some of that island as well, because I want to be able to access that end gateway from this village. In the fiction of the world, that's probably how these villagers got here. But yeah, terraforming the whole island sounds like a plan. And also, we are now about 150 followers away from 10k here on Twitch. So if you're not dropping a follow already, where you at? Help your boy out. I'm out of dirt. I'm out of grass. So I think what we will do is go back and get a little bit more of that. But we can make some pretty cool features around here. I like the idea of doing that. In Bedrock, you can crouch on scaffolding. You can crouch on scaffolding in Java as well. Let me demonstrate. So this stuff, you jump to go up and you crouch to go down, right? But then when you get to the top, you can crouch on any of this. You sink into the block, but you're crouching on the bottom half of the block. So it still works. You can crouch. This is going to look epic when we're done. Thanks. Yeah, I think we do all right here. So what I'm thinking of doing on one of these sides, going along with this geometric terrain kind of thing, is I want to make a large kind of like cliff formation. Maybe over here. Or maybe just kind of straight along one side. Alien TV! How appropriate. With a tier 2 sub as well. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Gonna transport some animals there with the villagers? Probably, yeah. But yeah, what I want to do is have a cliff over here that's kind of got a similar style of thing. Where the terrain has generated and it looks oddly geometric. And has these kind of like spiral sections in it, maybe. Maybe we can just go with spirals as the theme, otherwise it's going to get too convoluted. Maybe bring it forward 1 block here, like this. Kind of like that. It's got this oddly Greek thing to it. It looks like a Greek column of some kind, but just weirdly offset. And so if we back this with... Get around there, thank you. If we back this with some more smooth stone, maybe mix in a little bit of andesite, some other kind of geological strata, we end up with a cliff with these weird kind of... You know how bismuth crystals form? And they're kind of in these spirals? I like that as a point of reference here. Spiral Hill equals Nightmare Before Christmas. I mean, yes and no. I feel like that spiral always feels very organic and circular, and if you build stuff that's blocky like this, it just kind of feels a little different. That's neat. We should play with that. Looks like a snail shell to you. I like that. Villagers can sleep in the end, yes. Congrats on the 100,000 button. Hey, thanks. Very happy to have achieved that milestone. And it's all thanks to you guys. Yep. Can I get in the space? Thank you. Get in the space is also what I'm going to be saying to the villagers when I shove them through the end portal. We're going to make this village in a valley / crater. It's sort of, it feels more like a plateau sort of thing to me right now. Boop, boop. Yeah. Good. Spiral theme. Do I have Instagram? Yes, I do. It's just Pixelriffs, just my name. Same username everywhere, basically. My favorite part about this is that you just don't have other mobs to worry about. Even the Endermen are keeping their distance now. They're probably all spawning in the distance over there somewhere. Or like down the sides of islands. How do the villagers deal with the Endermen? I mean, Endermen aren't naturally hostile, so I guess maybe 1 or 2 of them learned not to look at them and they just get on now or something. They saw what they did to the guys who stole the grass. They did. They should know better. Can zombie sieges spawn in the end? Let's find out, I guess. I don't think they can. Because the end doesn't have, like, a set of spawning rules the same as the overworld. I feel like zombies obviously can exist here. They can come through portals and stuff, but I don't think it's going to naturally decide to spawn a zombie. We'll see. We will see, I guess. But yeah, I like this. Maybe it's just stone that behaves weird. Maybe grass is natural, but stone reacts with end stone, and it just creates these spiral formations and weird patterns. Can you start a raid in the end? Yes, that's the idea. Can you also turn this into an underground auto crop farm? I probably could. I think I might save that stuff for the overworld though, because coming out to the end just to do certain types of farming that you could do in the overworld. I mean, like, I'll take the ender because you can only really do that here. But yeah, positioning all of my stuff in the end might just be a bit of a pain if I wasn't planning to just live in the end permanently. We have given more blocks for Endermen to steal, that is true. But from what I've seen, they pick them up and then they just kind of put them down in weird places. So, like, an Enderman moved a grass block over there, and I was just like, okay, I guess we're moving the landscape over there. There's a few of them down there. What's my favorite Minecraft item? Emerald ore, I guess. If you're talking items and not blocks, I don't know. Right, let's actually empty out some of this stuff into chests, so that I can take the shulker boxes back and fill more of them up with grass. Galaxy brain moment. Emerald or slab would be nice. Or slabs would be an interesting proposition. Like, do you only ever get one thing, even if you fortune it? How does that work? I'm curious. Do I have any ender pearls on me right now? I don't think I do. Which means we're going to have to fly into this. Nailed it. Great work. Only took a little bit of damage too. Maybe slabs drop nuggets. Yeah, but how would that work for emerald? You got to have emerald nuggets at that point. Diamond nuggets. Hup. Jinx with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million. Welcome on board. Appreciate the support. Chicken nuggets. All ores drop chicken nuggets. It is known. Alright, we got to bring the dirt now. Oh, the music's so sad. Such sad music. Slab would drop a slab, no ores. Oh, so it basically automatically silk touches? But then you could turn 2 slabs into a full block, and then you would get, like, how does that work too? You could trick people with those, because if you imagine, like, a regular stone slab, like natural stone, this stuff. Like, if you make 2 of those into a full block, right, you're like, oh, let me get my fortune pickaxe or my, like, unenchanted pickaxe and let me mine that. Oh, what? It dropped 2 stone slabs instead of cobblestone? And you could imagine, like, putting 2 ores together and just filling somebody's base with diamond ore, and they're like, and then, like, they break it and it all just turns into slabs. That would be so good as a prank. That would be great. How on earth have they got through 14 major updates without adding chicken nuggets? I mean, Microsoft bought them, not KFC. They should add fake ores. Fool's gold. That'd work. If there's a stone cutter, where is the woodcutter? In Tango's Villager mod. See you later, Skull Daisy. Have a good one. Thank you for joining the stream today. Love the transparent mug. I love my transparent mug too. I discovered that the hot dish has a green screen mug as well, and that was a delight to find out. KFC has chicken nuggets, don't they? Does McDonald's own, like, the copyright on chicken nuggets or something? 1 cooked chicken equals 9 chicken nuggets. You gotta turn them all into, pink slime first, though, right? Is that how it works? You gotta combine it with slime before you make chicken nuggets? Imagine, chicken, slime, and wheat makes chicken nuggets as, like, a crafting recipe. So good. So good. It's my favourite way of getting XP. The new Enderman farm's pretty great. Other than that, Guardian farm, Blaze farm. I like Blaze farm because it gives you fuel as well, but my Blaze farm is currently broken in this update, so... Am I vegetarian? Nope. I'm not. I try and eat less meat lately, just for environmental reasons and stuff, but, like, I don't really believe in being vegetarian, necessarily. I appreciate when people can do it, but I like food too much. What do I mean the Blaze farm is broken? Blazes currently have this problem where they aggro when you hit them. I think all mobs actually do it now. Like, if you attack them, then they automatically go into attack mode. And that means... For blazes, they go into that behavior where they try to float upwards to get above you. And that's a problem for the blaze farm because it relies heavily on them dropping down into the kill mechanism and then staying there. Because previously, because they couldn't see you, they wouldn't try to attack you. And as of 1.14, they try and attack you. Not only that, but they also pass their aggro onto other blazes. So if blazes spawn in the spawner, they'll all try and shoot fire at you regardless of where you're standing, which means the entire thing fills up with fire, which limits spawns, but also means that the blazes float up to the ceiling and then they can't get picked up by the slime block flying machines. Even Nembon's farm that relies on blaze pathfinding being tricked doesn't really work anymore. Am I good at PvP? I'm pretty terrible. Well, let's try that again. Actually, I should be going through this one, shouldn't I? To get to the village. I say village like there's actually a village there yet. Ah, I can't... Let me in the thing! Nailed it. First try. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. Seeing overworld landscape off in the distance. I do like being able to see it through the chorus fruit. I wonder how we can still, like, incorporate that somehow. What's the point of the stream today? You missed today's video. Today's video isn't really much to do with the stream, but we're still doing stuff in the end. And today's stream is going to be a bit of a fun terraforming one. The idea behind this whole setup is we are generating our own landscape here in the end. And the end is doing some weird stuff to all of the landscape. What is this stone? This is stone. You know, stone. I put all of this here. I built it. Do shulkers respawn in end cities? No, they don't. There are some cool data packs that present some like alternatives for that, though. If you look on Voodoo Beard's website, he's got a few good ones. There's one which basically allows endermites to work like silverfish, where they burrow into... In silverfish's case, they burrow into stone. Endermites burrow into purple blocks, and when they do that, they basically become a shulker. So there's a way of farming shulkers where you just like throw ender pearls around in a room full of purple, and it generates an endermite. Then you go further away, and the silverfish, the endermite, like burrows into the purple like a silverfish. Then you come back and you've got a shulker. So you can kind of farm them that way, but it's not like too OP. Your cat's sitting on you, you have to get a drink. No! Obey the cat! Did I... Oh, I did leave myself some ender pearls. Good. I mean, I could farm them easily from over here, but I kind of don't want to mess with any endermen right now. So what I want to do is have like a little bit of terrain dangling over here to work with, a little bit of an overhang. And if the pattern is nice and obvious, then it doesn't matter too much if we drape some landscape over the top of this, you know. If we do something like this, and that's gonna revert back to dirt again in a second. I'll have too many as soon as I build an ender ender. Oh, believe me, I've already built an ender ender, and yes, I understand. Should put flowers on it too. Yeah, I'll bring some bone meal later. Didn't think to grab any when I was in the overworld, but I don't think I have many bones right now. I think I need to AFK at my skeleton farm again. Yeah, Zuma has the double shulker shells data pack, and that's good to start with. But if you've like raided all of the end cities within the area you're trying to work with, then it can get a little bit hectic. Trying to find more, you know. What is an ender ender? An ender is just another way of saying an enderman farm. Because you are ending the enderman by, you know, killing them and whatnot. I need to go and get some food soon, otherwise I'll have to eat chorus fruit, and we know that leads to trouble. What if up here we did path block instead of grass? What if all this was path block? Is that going to look too weird? Punch at your buns! An excellent username. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million. I appreciate the supports. Punch at your buns. It's very good. I like that. As threats go, one of my favorites. Not sure I like that. We'll keep it for now, but we'll probably change that later. Endermites are basically cockroaches in Minecraft. Yeah, they're pests. Should get a wandering trader here because they always show up while I'm doing a project. I haven't seen one for a while, but that's because I've been mostly working in the end, so it'd be so funny if one showed up here. But again, like the zombie sieges, I don't think it's possible for them to really show up here. I think the end just doesn't have the normal spawning rules that the overworld does. If a wandering trader does show up here, I am going to laugh my head off, because that would be really funny. Have I been to Singapore? I have not. I would like to go at some point. Seems like a delightful place to visit. Yeah. I like this. I like this a lot. Do I have a job outside YouTube? I do. It's only a part-time thing, though. According to a Reddit post, zombie sieges can't spawn in the end. Well, there you go. Reddit knows. They got the facts. And you could make villages in the end before. This isn't necessarily like a brand new thing that we're trying here, but I love the idea of some of the new villagers still being able to have, like, dynamic professions and that kind of stuff. Have it all work out that way. What was the craziest thing I've done in my life? Good question. I don't know if I've done anything particularly crazy. False alarm. What am I doing? Right now I'm building a weird cliff. And it looks good and I like it. Don't think villagers know what's going on most of the time, so they're perfectly happy anyway. Yeah, right. They are a little bit confused. It's funny how everyone's coming into the chat and is all having the same idea. They're like, start a raid in the end. I'm like, guys, I know. But that's good in a way, because that means that my plans for my upcoming episodes are what people want to see, because everyone's asking for it already. I should bring some gravel and make coarse dirt for these as well. But even with the dirt draped over the top, you're kind of getting the idea, right? Thanks, Weejow. Thanks. I did not see Nintendo's E3. No. I gather there's some very cute Pokemon coming, though. Everyone is very happy about the fact that there's a Corgi Pokemon now. And fair play to them, I would be too. Will grass spread from path blocks? No. So I would have to revert some of those into grass if I wanted them to be path blocks as well. Coarse dirt is not affected by gravity, no. Despite having gravel as part of the recipe. Did I go to university? I did. I went to Leeds College of Music and studied music production. What do I think about the Avengers game? I don't know. It's really weird seeing the Avengers, but not the film Avengers. Like, it's really weird seeing the characters drawn in ways that doesn't look like the actors. And I know it's been that way in the comics forever, but it seems very strange to me to look at Thor and it doesn't look like Chris Hemsworth now. And Captain America not looking like Chris Evans. It's just very strange. With Wooloo and Yamper, this is already the best new Pokemon game ever. The name sounds so British as well. Like, Yamper just sounds like a British word somehow to me. Tell you what, it's a right Yamper outside today. You know? They all just sound like words that mean it's raining real hard, which is the epitome of Britain. So they've done good. Yeah, I like this. Juliet Machine made your Twitch account today just to watch my streams. Oh, thank you. Glad you're enjoying playing Minecraft again too. Wait, are you British? What gave it away? Was it the air of sarcasm constantly? Was it the mundane accent? My friends with Python MC? I'd say we're friends, yeah. We've never met, but we've collaborated on enough stuff, and we still keep in touch even after not having done like any collaborative stuff for a little while. The most recent thing we did was the tour of my world for my 100th episode, which really was not that long ago, but it feels like a while ago because everything on the internet just moves super fast. Do I always drink tea? Define always. Like, I will drink other beverages, but I usually have a cup of tea on my streams and stuff. The tea is what gave it away. You know, other countries drink tea. Tea isn't even from here. We've kind of co-opted it, like we've co-opted a lot of other things. That's what happens when you ended up with an empire. Pepsi or Coke? Probably Coke if I had to choose, but usually neither. What number was the last Survival Guide episode? I think today's episode was 160. And the Ender episode is 161. What about making an infinity room? I like the idea, but it's been done. I mean, all of this has been done. It's an illusion to think there are any original ideas left at this point, but yeah, I'm not planning on doing that for a little while at least. What kind of music do I like? A whole bunch of stuff. Like, I will listen to a whole bunch of different things. Most recently, I don't know, I've been getting into some stuff that I hadn't heard for a while, like Talking Heads and The Police and stuff like that. I mentioned this on a recent stream, but there is this one Swedish singer-songwriter called Jens Lekman, whose music I just discovered, and he has one song called You Are the Light, which I really, really like, and it gets stuck in my head on a regular basis. It's a new idea for you. You never watch Minecraft videos until the survival guide. Yeah, that's the thing. I think whenever I assume that everyone has already seen something, I have to consider some of the people who have never really watched all that much Minecraft until they found my channel, which is a very strange concept to me. So, as somebody who's been watching a variety of Minecraft videos for the last 6 years, basically, it seems very alien to me, the concept that anybody would find my videos as their first Minecraft experience. I'm still getting used to that, really. Yes, I'm aware that the Woodland Mansion video has 1.5 million views. It's very cool, and I still have no idea why people like that video above all of the others. I think out of all of them, I expected the first episode to be, you know, the one that everybody ended up watching. But no, apparently not. Apparently everyone's really keen to find out what's in a Woodland Mansion. I'm not really sure how to turn the corner with this thing organically, so I'm just going to do some weird stuff and then have it go around that side a little bit as well. You never saw the first episode? Go back and watch it if you like, but if it's... I think for most people, if you're into Minecraft already, it's not really going to be worth watching, because you know the basics, you know how to control the game and build your first house and stuff, so maybe that's why people who joined the series a little bit later never went back and watched those first few episodes. They're just like, get to the diamonds already. That's probably what happened. Am I going to incorporate the end city? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I don't want to raid it yet, though. Do I like iron brew? I don't really drink iron brew. I don't drink much, like, fizzy drinks. Been playing since beta. Find the series so relaxing and so enjoyable. That's the other thing as well. Like, sometimes watching people starting out Minecraft and just kind of playing for the sake of playing is also pretty fun. You hate iron brew now they've changed the type of sugar they use. Oh, really? Turn the ship into a Spitfire plane. I think that'd be a little difficult. I feel like they've got very different shapes. They changed the recipe to avoid the sugar tax. Oh, right, okay. That sort of makes sense. We sort of lost the spiraliness over here, but as long as it doesn't quite look like a natural cliff, then that's kind of the intention. What is chorus fruit made of? Like, what is all other fruit made of? Just like atoms and stuff, I guess. Does it have to be made of something? Why am I doing this cliff? Why not? It's fun. Why the heck not? What's this? It's a video game stream. You know. You've probably seen them before. I do have 70 levels. That's what happens when you build a very OP XP farm. It just sort of happens. You mean the build? It's a cliff. I'm building a cliff. A very weird, spirally cliff. I do have 150,000 subs on YouTube, you're right. And I nearly have 10,000 followers on Twitch. Guys, if you're not following already, we're only 126 away. Drop them follows. Help your boy out. What's the best XP farm for Bedrock? I don't know, I don't play Bedrock. I think Guardian farms still work pretty well, but it's a different design. What type of XP farm? Well, I'll let you guess from context clues. Give you 3 guesses. We can have another spiral thing here too. And that can be... I want to have a water source somewhere up here in the corner to kind of distract from the fact that it's not really built in any kind of spiral formation like the rest of it is. Is it true my real name is Johnny? It is, yeah. I mean, Jonathan, really, but everyone's called me Johnny since about, like, age 15. Or probably earlier than that, I guess. Even my parents do now. Can you call me Joe? Only if you're Scottish and play Scrabble. Sad the podcast don't get much recognition. I mean, it's still a young show, and I think we get a decent amount at this point. We get about, like, 4,000 downloads a week, maybe? You're Australian and illiterate, so that doesn't work. Johnny, it is, then. You're Scottish and play Scrabble occasionally. There you go. A candidate. We did it. Yeah. What's the podcast called? It's called The Spawn Chunks. Norna just posted a link to it in the chat if you guys want to click that. We have a YouTube channel. We have a website. You can find us on all good podcast services. iTunes, Spotify, Android, etc. Apple Podcasts. What villages am I going to bring to the end? I like the idea of bringing the Snow Plains villagers to the end because they have, like, cold weather gear. I like the idea of them being well equipped for this place because there's no day or night, so it's probably real cold. What's the rules on calling me Jay? I mean, on streams, just call me Pix. I always said that if the Matrix was a real thing and we all woke up tomorrow in, like, the real world and we had to adopt our online handles as our names, kind of the way they do in the Matrix, I would be totally happy being called Pixelriffs. How's my shield enchanted and how did I put a design on it? I gather you can't put designs on them in, like, Xbox or Bedrock editions. So if you're asking that because you play Xbox and you're wondering how to do it, you can't. But if you play Java edition and you're wondering how to do it, you put a banner on it, basically. You craft it in a crafting table with a banner. And then the enchantments are just because you can enchant any item that has durability if you've got books, so you can apply unbreaking and mending to anything that has durability, which includes my shield. I have an unbreaking and mending set of shears and flint and steel, so anything that has durability is fair game. Is Java difficult to install? Not really, you just download it. It's only as difficult to install as any other piece of software that you download from the internet, and like, it's got an install button and you just run a program. That's it. How long is the shield going to last for? I mean, if I'm smart, forever, because it's got mending, so it repairs itself whenever I claim XP from something. Am I going to make a village here? Yes, eventually. Right now I'm just working on landscaping and stuff. What's in the invisible cup? Tea. Fruit tea today. Your name is your real name minus the numbers, so yeah, you're ahead of the game. When we reject the rule of the machines, you'll just be able to carry on regardless. Why can't you have infinity and mending on a bow? Because it's, I guess, too powerful, they decided. Infinity lets you have infinite arrows, and mending lets you have infinite durability, so you're basically unstoppable at that point, unless you get killed by accident. I think it'd be fun if you could have mending and infinity, but only if the bow also had Curse of Vanishing. But then I think that's making too many rules for you at that point. Better to have them be mutually exclusive and just get it over with. Use stone slabs for extra detail. I will here and there, but the point of this is that it's meant to look very blocky. So if I start to detail any of this with slabs, we're going to lose stuff like that. And I could do smaller ones, I guess, but I don't really want to... I don't want to mess around with, like, stair versions of this and stuff. We'll be here all day. Why don't bedrock swords have a sweeping attack? Because Pocket Edition. The control scheme from Pocket Edition is basically holding back all of the other versions. Depending on whether or not you consider that being, like, held back, I guess, but... Personally, I think it's kind of a shame that so many of the... like, keyboard shortcuts and little quality of life things from Java haven't made it to the Windows 10 edition already because they wouldn't be available on Pocket Edition. Because Pocket Edition doesn't have the luxury of having keyboard and mouse controls. So they can't right-click on stuff. Blame the mobile players. To be fair, like, the lack of nuance in Pocket Edition controls probably, yeah, merits a slightly simpler combat system, like just being able to tap on something to attack it, but, yeah. Can't you just build a village from the ground up if you bring some villagers in? I mean, you can build it yourself. The villagers aren't going to build it for you, but yes. 115 followers until we hit 10k, you guys. Playing the same way as Java with different features. Yeah, that's why I think Java should just be the version that happens on PC. But then, yeah, I like the fact that you can play together with people. If you're like a family who's got an Xbox and the kids playing on the Xbox and the parents can log in from the PC and they can all play together instead of having like multiple Xboxes in the house, then I feel like that's good. That's a good thing ultimately. What's up, H Harry? How are you? I need water and I need chicken. And I might also need bone meal. Oh, good, I do have some bones. Excellent. Well, we are going to have a good old time terraforming. I own Spaceland. What if this world's deleted? Unfortunately, I restore it from a backup, because I make a backup basically every week. So I'd probably have to... Why is there just cooked chicken on the ground? Weird. Is the slab maybe, like, interfering with the output of this farm now? Anyway... What if it was deleted fortunately, though? Right? It's the fortunate deletions you've got to watch out for. How do you get that farm to actually work? Frilioth has a fix for it, I think. I haven't looked into it yet, but I'm kind of hoping it just gets fixed in a future update, and whatever bug is preventing it from working right now is dealt with in Minecraft 1.13, 1.14.3 or anything, so I don't have to mess with it too much. For now, I have so much cooked chicken that it's not really worth me repairing it yet. Oh, you poultry man. I am poultry man. The trees grow naturally in the end. I mean, you can plant saplings and they will grow if they have artificial light. That's basically the proviso. Those are the conditions. You guys want to see the Enderman farm? Show you the Enderman farm. Oh, we nailed that. Do you see that? Some good flying right there. Nothing but net. This is the Enderman farm. It's pretty simple. It's got a lot of ender pearls left in it. You'll see more of that tomorrow. Am I the guy from YouTube with the Minecraft guides? I am. Welcome to the Minecraft Survival Guide world. Welcome to your sneak peek at the stuff that's coming up on Friday's episode. Yep. Nice. I know bone meal doesn't work on sugarcane and this is classified as fixed. I mean, on Java Edition, it's never worked on sugarcane. That's a thing on Bedrock Edition. And he moved 2 blocks to the right. And then just opened a shulker box. Nice. Will I make a void painting? Oh, do you mean like a custom map art thing? I don't know if I'm going to use the void for it. I might use some other stuff, but I do plan on doing some map art stuff. I think that might be an episode next week, actually, because we haven't really covered the cartography table since I started doing this 1.14 stuff. And the cartography table is worth covering at some stage, but it's, yeah, it's in theory going to be best if we do that with map art. Map art is probably the best example. I wish shulkers respawned every 1,000 ticks. I mean, 1,000 ticks is not long. That's like 5 minutes or something, right? There's like 20 game ticks per second or something. Did you know you have a YouTube channel? I've heard of it. Like this because it looks like the Enderman brought a piece of a biome to the nether and or to the end rather, yeah, and collectively planted it. It is kind of cool to imagine that they've built this themselves. Or the villagers just gave the Enderman a bunch of blocks and they tried. And one of them just built all this weird geometric stuff and everyone else was like, well, I've seen the overworld. Did you know? You're live on Twitch. What? They're evolving. They're becoming self-aware. I need to make some more torches. It'd be really weird if instead of torches there were end rods everywhere. So when you've lit this whole place up, it looks like the overworld, but there's just this very futuristic light source. Is there a way for 2 Java players to be on the same world without playing on Wi-Fi? Yes. Have a server. That's what multiplayer servers are. Kind of cool if you build a glass dome over the village. I had a thought about instead of building the ender out here with the end gateway, like out there, instead using that end gateway and turning it basically into a space base and building like a space station style build out there. But I really like having the instantaneous access to the Enderman farm because ultimately I'm going to want to go there quickly to restore my tools and then go away again real quickly. So yeah, while I like the idea of having like space themed stuff out here, having it be like a biodome sort of thing, I also think this area is probably too big for stuff like that. And glass domes don't look very good in this game. My problem with glass domes is that glass has such clear corners that they never look right. Like, curved glass is a cool idea, but unless you're building it super large, it's never going to look right. What would you recommend for an Imperial Star Destroyer to go with block choice? You're going to make one for your mob grinder. Wow, okay. You're probably going to build a lot with stone, just because that kind of grey is good, and you can get a lot of stone if you are... if you're playing in survival, I assume. If you're doing it in creative, then probably grey concrete. But you probably won't want to get too much of that if you're playing in survival, because concrete is such a grind to get. So do the accents in grey or black concrete, but make the rest out of smooth stone, because smooth stone you can get a lot of in survival very easily. If you're up for building a Star Destroyer, then you're probably going to be like... It's going to be grindy regardless. But I think stone is probably the way to go for most of it, if it's in survival. Is there a day-night cycle in the end, or do villagers never sleep? They sleep on, like, a game tick-based clock, and technically I think it probably follows the clock of the overworld. So villagers will sleep in the end, as I understand it. I've seen people on Reddit post pictures of villagers sleeping in the end in the nether, but there is no day-night cycle, so you won't really be able to tell when they're going to do that. They're just going to do it. So you can use villagers as a clock. That would be a really cool thing, though. If you imagine, like, building some sort of redstone contraption that would display, like, it is daytime, it is work time, it is sleep time, just based on what pressure plates a villager had walked over in order to get to their preferred locations or whatever, their points of interest. I think that would be super fun. Could use an actual clock. I'm pretty sure actual clocks don't work in the end. It's like the nether. They just kind of spin randomly and don't really tell you anything because there is no day or night in the end, so it doesn't matter. But they're programmed to do that, whereas villagers are programmed to have a day-night cycle of their own. Clocks don't work in the nether, no. You can't tell what time it is in the nether. Would I let one of my subscribers feature with me on an episode of the Survival Guide? Well, Grian is subscribed to me, so if he wants to join. But no, probably not. And the main reason for that, it's not like out of a disrespect for my subscribers or anything, but you kind of never know what you're going to get with most people. If I just picked somebody at random, like, I wouldn't know if they were going to be okay on camera, and if they were going to be talkative, and if the video was going to be entertaining for people. Plus, I have like 150,000 subscribers, so there's no real way of doing that without people feeling left out somehow. So ultimately, yeah, it's I like the idea, but it probably wouldn't happen that way. Do I like playing any other games? Yeah, I've been playing Breath of the Wild and Tetris 99 lately. And those are both very fun. I haven't played Breath of the Wild for a little while, though, so I should get back into that. I'm about to go to Gerudo and figure out what the heck's going on there. Breath of the Wild is great. You are correct. Having a lot of fun with that. So this, I've decided that the spirally thing over here is going to turn into a kind of canyon sort of thing, facing this way, and we can probably work out how that's going to look in terms of the geology in a minute. But I want it to kind of lead towards the end city, sort of like a focal point in that direction, which probably means we're going to have another cliff coming up the side here as well. Playing the best Battle Royale game, Tetris 99. It is good. Hey, Teddy Jedi. English only, please. Do I have a speedrun games? No. I love speedrunning as a concept. I would be very bad at it if I tried it, because I like games too much. I've talked about this before, and it's not that I think speedrunners hate games, but I'm one of those people who loves to get absorbed in the details and take things at a slow pace and enjoy the experience. And I don't have that drive to be like, well, I have to complete it in the fastest time, and that's like the rewarding thing about stuff for me. Like, I'm too much of a casual gamer for that. For that life. I have not raided this end city yet. No, I'm saving it for later. We did it. We got over 9,900 followers. We're on the home stretch now. Thank you guys so much for all the follows today. 9,900 hype. Will I do it on stream? Raiding the end city? Probably not, because one of the things I want to do with it is, because it's so close to the return gateway over there, I want to take a shulker from there to the overworld. And that's something I definitely need to do on a video, because that's going to be kind of a tutorial thing. How to steal a shulker. Build style is very interesting. How do you build like that? I've just done a lot of building over the years and decided what I like and what I don't like. In terms of stuff like this happened kind of by accident. Like, anyone who's in the stream earlier can confirm. I decided to build this little spiral of dirt out here and thought, hey, what if the landscape around here just didn't quite look right? Like, it was somebody trying to emulate what happens in the overworld, but they didn't quite know how cliffs worked and that kind of thing. So they've got the dirt right, but the stone just looks weird and geometric. And so I just kind of went with that as an idea, because it's meant to look slightly alien out here anyway. Where in the end, there's no sun, the sky is weird, there's big tall dudes around, and the plants all look like this. You know, it's an otherworldly landscape, and I wanted to introduce an element of that to what's otherwise going to be a fairly peaceful, green-looking thing. But you can always see chorus plants over the top of the cliffs, right? So there's always some idea that you're being watched almost. How to steal stuff from the End 101. Hey, we did that already. That was just raiding the end cities in the first place. Yeah, we're planning to do How Did We Get Here at some point. It's going to take ages, though. It's a lot of preparation that needs to go in before you can do that. Considering that you have to have both levitation and dolphin's grace, so you have to be levitating and swimming at the same time, and both of those wear off within about, like, 5 seconds. Actually, levitation lasts a bit longer, but dolphin's grace does not last long. And in that time, you've also got to have blindness from drinking suspicious stew, and you've got to be withered, and you have to have mining fatigue, and hero of the village, and bad omen at the same time. There's so much that you have to do, and so yeah, I would like to do that soon, but it's probably realistically not going to be for a while. Yeah, I know saturation got taken out. Am I gay? No, I'm not. Seems like a headache. It's going to be a headache. Having all of those status effects at once is going to be very, very strange. Why would you ask that? I mean, maybe they're interested in me. I don't know. I'm flattered, but no, I'm both straight and married. Might not have been asking as a troll, might have just been genuinely curious. I like the idea of having a, having a view from the village over here, and the cliff kind of gets carved out so you can see that in the distance. How long have I been married? About 8 years. Our 8th anniversary is going to be in September. Don't rely too much on suspicious stews to get the effect. It's hard to be hungry enough to eat many of them at once. Yeah, that's the problem. But blindness is one that you can only get from suspicious stew. I think you're going to have to start with basically an empty hunger bar. Because it now involves, like, you can eat a golden apple to get absorption. You have to get that. You'll need to eat a suspicious stew at one point. You have to be able to eat a puffer fish and some rotten flesh to get hunger, unless you will get hit by husk, I guess. But the puffer fish will give you poison and nausea. That's the only way to get nausea. There's a whole bunch. A whole bunch of things you have to eat. And so you're going to need to have, like, 6 or 7 hunger shanks just gone before you start. And one of the effects, I guess, is hunger. So if you're still moving, there's a chance your hunger bar will decrease a little bit, and you're getting poisoned, so you're probably trying to regenerate health naturally. There are some considerations like that, but then it's still just going to be tough. Oh, Tango hit 500k? That's awesome. Congrats to Tango. We probably won't bring it up on the recap, though, because we kind of have a policy of not covering stuff in the recap that's, like, related to people's general channel stuff. We used to do stuff like that, but these days we're more just, like, we cover activity on the Hermitcraft server. We've kind of taken, like, a harder line about that stuff recently. It's the same way we didn't cover anything about Mumbo's, like, copyright issues or, like, Good Times with Scar being ill when he gets ill and that kind of stuff. Like, it's sort of like it's extra to the stuff that we're supposed to be reporting on. So typically we don't tend to cover all of that much of that stuff anymore. I remember my first Hermitcraft recap that I ever did the voice for, as Loy was just writing the script. That is me. Yes, I am the Hermitcraft recap voice. This week on Hermitcraft, right? You've heard it. So, the first recap I did the voice for, I think it was somebody hitting some kind of big milestone. I think it was like False Symmetry got X amount of subscribers or something like that. I don't know if I still have that script. I think it's probably been deleted from Zloy's Google Docs like a year ago or something, but... Am I on Hermitcraft? No. I do the Hermitcraft recap, which is a weekly roundup of the stuff that happens in the videos of the people who are on Hermitcraft. Gosh, I love Hermitcraft. I like Hermitcraft too. Hermitcraft is a cool bunch of people. Started watching all of them during the war. Out of context, that sentence is so funny. I started watching them all during the war. You're like the Vietnam War, or... Would I play Minecraft VR? I don't own a VR headset, so I don't really have a means to. It'd be fun, I guess. I'm looking forward to Minecraft Earth. It's not quite VR, but it's the AR stuff just seems real interesting to me. What's my favorite recap episode? Oh, I don't know, really. I don't know if I keep favorites like that in my head. There have been some really great jokes we've done over the years. Like, I was very happy about that one. There was one episode where we tried to see how many Linkin Park references we could fit into it or something. There were definitely a couple of episodes where we've kind of challenged ourselves to be like, how many dumb references. I think there was a Star Wars one as well. Like, sometimes we just have to entertain ourselves, because while Hermitcraft is very entertaining, recapping it every week is one of those things that we kind of need to inject a bit of our own fun into it. And it's also like, it's like Easter eggs for the audience, right? For everybody who tunes in every week, but already knows what the Hermits have done. So I like the episodes where we can fit in like a ton of Star Wars references just by talking about Hermitcraft, but using certain words or phrases. Leonardo, I could buy my own VR headset if I wanted to, but I don't really have that much of an interest in VR stuff. Like, it's not really taken off for me to the point where I'd be interested in getting one for personal use. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. Yes, I'm building a village in the end. I'm building a landscape for the villagers first. Because getting the villagers to the end in the first place is the kind of thing I want to do on camera for a video, rather than like do it all on streams. So instead I'm messing around with the landscape stuff first. Would vines work here? It could cover up the spirals, but look pretty good. I mean, they could. They could. I'm planning on putting a lot more detail into these here and there. I can put in some, andesite, maybe some granite and stuff behind here if I want to. But I'm trying to keep it relatively simple for now, and then you build the detail as layers on top of it instead of, overcomplicating it right from the beginning, because that stuff makes it harder to change stuff later. How will I get villagers here? Through the end portal. And then probably using a flying machine at that point. Just stick them in a minecart and have a flying machine bring them over here. Which is going to involve some very precise checking of coordinates, but I think we can make it work. Some mushrooms growing on the spirals would look neat if it's possible to grow mushrooms in the end. Oh, it is. It definitely is. In fact, it's probably better growing mushrooms in the end because there's no natural skylight, so you could just plant them anywhere. I don't have any mushrooms on me right now, so I can't prove it, but... Prove it! Oh, we could have had an end chicken, guys. That could have been the first animal we brought to the end. This week on End Week. How will the bed thing work for villagers? Villagers can sleep in beds. Players can't, villagers can. Alternatively, it would be really great if I brought a bunch of villagers here and then they just blew themselves up. I feel like just for the comedy value, that would be really funny. But, no, I'm pretty sure villagers can just sleep in beds, like normal. The first step towards end chicken nuggets. This is going to be big spiral. I'll go with it. I'll allow it. I'm using those words in my chat. How dare you? Keep it family friendly or get out. Who doesn't love space chickens, right? Hey, Famke. I'm out of stone. Ran out of golden carrots while doing a dig and only had chicken. Totally took the saturation of golden carrots for granted. Yeah, they are somewhat overrated as a food, I think, but they're good if you can get them. Azuma was messing around with raids in the end when the villager used the bed normally. Yeah, I plan on doing something similar. Just to prove to people that you can do this stuff, because I've had that question so many times in my chat that I feel like the episode is going to be along the right lines if everyone thinks that for whatever reason you couldn't have villagers and beds in the end, proving that you can is kind of worthwhile making a video. Good old Azuma. You're a 13-year-old watching this stream. Congratulations! I am a 32-year-old doing this stream. In before everyone in the chat is remarks upon the fact that I'm 32. What's my favorite block? Emerald ore. I don't build with it much, though. Dang it. I thought I was going to get on the top of the cliff. I had hopes. Gonna keep trying. It's always really cool when you can see the particles of what you were eating a second ago. Well, it was in the right direction that time. Okay, this is getting worse. Fine, I'll use ender pearls. Can I do a mumbo view to show? Oh, right. Yeah, I get you. Do the standard mumbo jumbo, fly away and turn around. Ta-da! It looks very small when you're looking at it from the sky, but I do think the cliff walls are kind of fun. Use scaffolding. That's true, I have scaffolding. It's in my ender chest. I forgot we had an ender chest here, and then I just saw it. I'm just emboldened to use ender pearls now that I have a virtually limitless supply of them. Hey, Jackie boy. Yes, I decided to do a bonus stream today, so I think a lot of people were surprised. When do I usually stream? Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. So today is a bonus thing. We are 90 followers away from 10,000, guys. Thank you all so much for your support on the stream so far. If you are new, drop a follow. Help your boy out. Your age is 35? No, 32. Can't you count? Thought it was Tuesday when you remembered the stream was live. Normally it is Tuesday. That's the thing. Which way does this one start? I guess it kind of starts over here. What did my wife say after she asked what I do for a living? I didn't start doing YouTube before I met my wife. When she asked what I do for a living, I said I work in a bookshop because that's what I was doing at the time when I met my wife. Might need more fireworks. It's fine, I've got some in the ender chest. I'm not about to, like, leap out over the void with only 7 fireworks. My wife was inspiration. My wife was very supportive. And she still is. Do I have any degrees? Yeah, I majored in music production. Although we don't really have majors in this country quite in the same way. But yeah, my degree is in music production. Working in a bookshop sounds lovely. It was good. It was a lot better than the supermarket I worked in before that. But yeah, at the time I was interested in like writing and stuff and becoming a writer, which I guess sort of panned out if you count the Hermitcraft recap as writing. But I was kind of, I liked being around books at the time, so it felt like a good move, and it was fun working there for a while. Eventually, I just moved away. Do I know any way of getting rid of bots? Like in Twitch chat, just have a good team of moderators, I guess. Or, you know, take some time to just chill and take care of it while you can. So Intense with 100 bits. Thank you so much for the 100 show loves. Appreciate you very much. Build village breader. Is that what we should call wheat crop farms when you make those? It's a village breader. You don't think you can get rid of the follows? Yeah. I guess if you've got an event list on and stuff like that, then fair enough. But I don't know. They'll disappear eventually. Get a few more people following you, and they'll scroll away down that list. Where's the note block tutorial? Hey, my degree was in music production, not in composition. Doesn't mean I'm good at making music. Just means I can record people doing it. Am I on 10k already? No, 9,915. 85 to go. Quick maths. Everyday man's on a block, apparently. This one can go this way. Delta Winky, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Go up there and then along this way. The Big Shack reference. Seto, hello, welcome along. Thank you for the 200 bits. What did you miss so far? We are building a landscape in the end. It started off as like a little bit of grass over here and one tree. And now we have this, which I think is pretty cool. Do I often curse in private? Yeah, sometimes. My wife does as well. She's from a family of potty mouths, so it happens. But we're both adults, so tends to be what happens. Grown-ups use grown-up language. Sounds relaxing. It's been fun. We've developed this really interesting geometric style of cliff build, which I'm really quite happy with. What version of Optifine should you download right now? I'm pretty sure there is a preview version of 1.14.2. It's like pre-10. That is probably the most recent version. I can't guarantee that it's not so buggy, but I'm using pre-8 right now, and it's good. So I don't think it would have gotten worse. I would hope not, anyway. How big am I building this? I mean, you see the landscape around you? That big. It's going to be a long and ongoing project, and I probably won't finish it all today, but we've got another stream coming up tomorrow, so I might do some more tomorrow, and yeah, this can just be a little fun project for a bit. This is the Mount Rushmore of the end. Build a giant space chicken shrine like in the mansions. Just bring one of those like wool statue chicken things like to the overworld, from the overworld to the end, but then add like a glass bubble around its head like it was in space. My viewers primarily children and teens? I don't know. I mean, the thing about YouTube is it doesn't collect data from certain demographics, and like kids of a certain age can't have a YouTube account, so they might be watching on their parents' accounts, and that kind of skews figures a certain way. But yeah, according to YouTube, I think my primary demographic is like dudes between 18 and 24 or something, but I don't know how much of that is like, it's like dads letting their kids watch videos on their accounts and that kind of thing. And like data protection laws prevent companies like YouTube from taking information from kids, so I think there are some circumstances in which it just wouldn't account for people of a certain age. Do I consider myself a family-friendly channel? Yes. It's kind of the idea. I like landscaping. Landscaping is fun. I feel like if I was hating this, then I probably wouldn't have done it for as long. But I don't do much landscaping, so I feel like it's a skill I can still improve. Need to make sure I keep lighting these areas up so the grass can grow. If I've let a curse word slip on stream, not to my knowledge. I think my wife has a couple of times, but she's worse at it than I am. Keeping it under wraps. Like, I don't come from a sweary household. Like, my parents don't swear and stuff, so I guess my dad does, like, occasionally, but only when he's really, like, upset at stuff. So, my mum definitely doesn't. That's weird. Freudian slip. No, my mum definitely doesn't, and so, yeah, I feel like I grew up without that as part of my environment, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing. I think swearing is one of those things where if it's directed at somebody, then it's a problem, but if somebody's just swearing, like, for emphasis, or because it's, you know, makes a sentence a little bit funnier or something, then personally I'm okay with it, but I can totally appreciate when people aren't, and that's why I try and keep it out of my streams a lot of the time. Yeah, the most important thing is you're not swearing because you're upset at somebody, because that's when communication starts to break down and people start to take offense instead of trying to resolve a problem. So that's my views on the subject. Does my wife have a YouTube or Twitch? She has a Twitch account. She doesn't stream or anything. She'll probably pop into some of these streams later, but she's traveling right now. She and her dad are on their way back from New Mexico to California. Try and get her to 100 follows. I love those new YouTube accounts that have like popped up lately that are like, can we get 1 million subscribers with no video? And then that suffers from that diminishing returns of people being like, well, I don't think I'm going to be able to get 1 million subscribers. And so they're like, can we get 1,000 subscribers? And then there's like, there's people who just take it to the extreme of like, can I get no subscribers with one video or whatever? Like, it kind of goes the opposite way at that point. What does my wife do? She kind of has a few different things she does, but she's mostly a writer. Haven't seen Paranormal lately. I think because I'm streaming on a different day than I usually do, and I didn't really give anybody any, like, notice of this. I was just like, yeah, I might stream today, starting in 2 hours, kind of thing. Like, some of the people who usually turn up and are used to moderating chat on different days are probably just busy with their other routines. Like, they stream themselves sometimes, or they're busy with work, or appointments, or family, or whatever. Oh, Paranormal's streaming right now? Cool. If he's still streaming when we wrap up here, we could raid him, maybe. Assuming he wants to be raided. Some channels are like, don't raid me, please. Which I'm fine with, but I think it's usually whether it's like a family-friendly thing or not. Whether it's raid-friendly. New upload from Pixelriffs. Can I get negative 150k subs for posting a bad video? Can I get everybody to unsubscribe from me? No, let's not do that. Let's not do that with my channel, please. I've spent ages getting these subscribers. Don't want any of them to leave. Speaking of which, we are 78 followers away from 10k here on Twitch. Help your boy out. Drop a follow. Pretty sure he likes raids. Cool. Yeah, we'll see if he's streaming when I get done here. Let's bring this up the back that way. Please use facecam on YouTube videos? Nah, I'm good. I don't see the point in having facecam on videos when I'm making tutorials. And facecam on streams is just like what people tend to expect now, which, you know, has its own issues, but I really feel like having facecam in YouTube videos is just taking up space. How much does it cost to follow? Subscribe is the no, subscribe is the paid one. Following is just like, it's like subscribing on YouTube. It's just like turning on notifications that you'll get when I go live. I currently have 9,923 followers, and I would like to hit 10k on this stream, because that would be super cool to share with you guys. Streams are about interaction, videos are about content. That's a good way of putting it. Wombo, that's a good way of putting it. How long is the stream going to be? Probably another couple of hours. If I stream for like the usual length of time I do. What we need to do over here. I think this is the problem. This is where I need to learn a little bit more about terraforming stuff. Is for a start, use scaffolding. But also, there needs to be little kind of setback sections of this cliff. Like this. And the grass is going to look really static right now, but we need... Seto with a gift sub. Thank you so much for the gift sub. Agranith, enjoy your new subscription. Welcome to the Pixels. Enjoy your emotes. Paranol said he might raid me once he's gone. Oh, okay, he's about to finish up. Cool. No worries then. We will pick somebody else to raid once the stream is done here. But no, I keep meaning to catch Paranol streams. I think a lot of the time he will start a stream when I am doing something else. And there's a bit of a time difference because he's over in Canada, right? More followers are coming. Paranol does seem nice. Seems like a nice dude. How does sub-gifting work? People buy subs for other people. And you can gift to a specific person, or you can just ask Twitch to randomly pick somebody from the chat. But yeah, there's no real like trick to getting gifted a sub other than like be a nice person in someone's chat and maybe somebody will gift you a sub. Don't count on it or anything. Your mum won't let me sub to you yet. She wants to look into it. Well, that's fine. She can look into it all she wants. Sounds like a smart parent to me. Stash with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much for your Twitch Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million. I appreciate the support. Where are all the Endermen? Oh, they're around. This area doesn't seem to get many spawns because it's so well lit up. But I expect some of them have spawned like out in the distance. There's a bunch over there. There's probably a few over there that just aren't rendered in right now because they don't need to be. When there's such a large open space like this, they just kind of turn up anywhere. They haven't been around here to steal my grass for a while, which makes me happy. What time is it here? It is 5:22 in the afternoon. And it's time for some more tea. This tea is probably very cold right now, but the beauty of this tea, because it's a fruit tea, is it's quite nice to drink cold as well. It's like drinking, you know, that fruit-infused water. Which is basically what this is. You put some fruit in some water. Well done. Well done, Pix. Good job. What do I think of Wattles and his guide series? I think it looks cool. I think he did a lot of stuff that I maybe should have done the first time around, like encourage people to like dig into the side of a mountain to start your first base instead of build a house on your first night, which can seem kind of overwhelming if you're still getting used to the controls and everything. But yeah, no, Wattles seems like a cool guy. I don't have a problem with it if that's why you're asking. Like I don't own the, I don't want to have a monopoly on making survival guide type series, so I don't ever feel like I should take issue with anybody starting their own series. I think it's good, if anything, because we're all going to help each other out view-wise, because YouTube's algorithm is like that. Like, it'll promote stuff that's got a similar similar set of tags or whatever. Like, if you watch a ton of my survival guide, it might suggest you one of Wattles' videos, because it's like, well, clearly you're watching Minecraft survival tutorial content, how about you try this? And so the same works in reverse, like the tide rises for all ships. I love that phrase. That's such a good phrase. Have I too talked? What? I don't know who you're asking me to have talked to. Have me and Wattles ever talked about collabing? I don't know if we've really chatted about all that much. I think I've had a couple of brief interactions with him, like on Twitter and stuff, but we've never kind of said like, hey, we should do something together or anything. It's just, you know, we run in slightly different circles. I am still streaming. I've only been streaming for like 2.5 hours. I normally go for like 4, so should not be that much of a surprise. Yes, stuff like that. Oh, I need to do more stuff like this, where there's clearly like a little around the corners off slightly. Little outcropping of dirt there. Do I hate diorite? Diorite's cool. I don't mind it. I don't use it much. But it's not that I hate it or anything. Is tomorrow's video about the Enderman farm? Yes, it is. And now we have a stone snake, I guess. Be cool if we started up a 114 skyblock guide. I feel like we would probably be outshone by the Psycraft guys, because skyblock is all about technical play. Really, there isn't really much room for the kind of stuff I like to do, which is like building and so forth. And technical stuff is good too, but yeah. Psycraft being a technical server, having a very knowledgeable group of people, and being able to do really interesting stuff with Skyblock, that's kind of the ideal to me, and I don't think I would really be able to hold a candle to any of it. I can hold my own in like a survival Minecraft vanilla sort of sense, but as for the other stuff, no, I'll leave that to the pros. How long have I been in this world for? Let's do a quick check, because it's been a while since I actually took a note of that. Nearly 30 full 24-hour days. So what is 30 times 24? That's your answer. $720 hours. Nice. That much time. Imagine playing a whole month of your life here. Yep. I mean, I have. It's working out well for me so far, though. I mean, it's been a whole month's worth of time over like 10 months of actual life. Think of how long you spend in school or how long you spend at your job, and like spending 1 month in 10 doing what I do. I'd say that's pretty good. Am I going to do a 202 Q&A again? I want to. I really do want to. 70 followers. Yeah, I'd love to do a 202 questions about Minecraft, but then that sets a precedent, and I don't think I could manage 303 questions in a single video. I feel like that would take me all week to edit. Is my mug green? Yes. It is. See you in a bit, Seto. Get an editor. I mean, I could, but I think a lot of what I enjoy about making these videos is also the editing process. I like to just have a hand in everything, you know? I like to be in control of every step of it, and, you know, call me a control freak if you like, but I just like being able to know where stuff is going, and I don't know if I trust anybody to edit my stuff yet. It's weird, but not that I have a particular style that would be difficult for somebody to emulate if they knew what they were doing. Editor is the only way to do the 303 thing, or I could just spend all week doing it, but yeah. Survival Guide is my baby. I mean, yeah, it is, and that's part of it, really. Speaking of which, I'm going to take a very short break. Because I need to run to the bathroom, amongst other things. So, yeah. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. We are 70 short of getting 10k here on Twitch. Very exciting. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be here soon. Paranor! My friend, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Party of 10 coming in hot. Amazing stuff. Appreciate you greatly. Hello. Space cup of tea to everyone who's just joined us. He snuck in. He did. Got in under the radar. But I saw you. I saw you. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? We've been chilling here in the end, working on some terraforming stuff. In retrospect, it's a good thing that the Enderman didn't just wander here through, like, and accidentally cause me to look at him. You are sneaky. You're sneaky like that. How's your stream? What'd you get up to? Excuse me, chilling on the intermission screen for a minute. Just recouping some energy. Eating a slice of gingerbread. Started market area of the city and Roger the Shrubber arrived into the world. Yes. What sad times are these when passing travellers can say knee at will to old ladies. So good. My name is Roger the Shrubber. Bring in the mighty artifact of a herring. I guess you could reskin fish in Minecraft to be a herring. He's pulled by his two llamas, Concord and Pansy. Nice. Nom nom nom. Oh, you watched the first episode of Good Omens last night. I do want to see that. I do want to see that. Am I going to stop drinking tea soon? Never. How dare you? I'm probably going to watch Good Omens when it comes to something other than Amazon Prime, maybe. I don't know. I just don't have Amazon Prime. I don't really want it. Stop drinking tea? What? Unheard of. But yeah, stream's going well. Going really well. We started with a small patch of grass and one tree, so looks like we made it. But yeah, I'm working on doing some cool terraforming stuff in the end today. That's the plan. Black or green tea? Neither. In this case, this is hibiscus. Hibiscus and fruit tea. It's rather good. Good Omens is going to be on BBC some point. Ah, there you go. Dr. 83 with the knowledge. How are you? End biome project looking good? Yeah. I think it's proceeding well. See you later, Tapchan. I wanted to jump onto that. There we go. Nailed it. First try. Yeah, somebody earlier said mycelium instead of grass. I'm thinking about incorporating that into another area of this, but I am terraforming this entire landmass ultimately, so I think it's going to take a little while, and we can fit in multiple biomes within a single area if we want to. Did you guys know the end actually has biomes? It doesn't look like it at first, but there are different areas of the end, and they each come up as different things when you have the F3 screen on. Like right now we are in End Highlands, and there are End Barrens where chorus plants don't grow. And obviously like the small End Islands, the kind of little diddy ones out in the distance there, count as their own biome and stuff. So there is technically some biome action at work here. It's just, you know, it's hard to tell the difference when it's all made out of one block and the colors don't change much. But here's what we've done so far on this stream. You can kind of see it there, but this is our little patch of the overworld that we've brought to the end. The more I look at these like cliff designs, the more I like them. I think those turned out pretty good. Oh, my tea's trying to kill me. It went down the wrong way. I'm fine. Can you imagine? You would have had to put on my headstone. He went out. It was the way he wanted to go. Drinking tea. He died as he lived. It's the killer tea. Oh god, they've got me. My one weakness. Like Superman, and this is my kryptonite. My kryptonite, if you will. I would love it if villagers had their own outfits for the end. I wonder if it is possible to have a resource pack that allows for that. Because obviously the default resource pack has the costumes for the villagers we know and love at this point, but I do wonder if there is access for resource pack creators to do their own thing with overlays and stuff. Is the grass different colours in different end biomes? No, I'm pretty sure it's the same across the board. It's just going to be the same every time. Can you make a village in the nether? Yes. Theoretically. The villagers are scared of zombie pigmen, though, I think. So they are probably going to have a bad time in the nether. I think that's still the case, anyway. Make an end village. That's the plan. That is the plan. That's what we're going to be doing here. Did I make my own skin? Would I ever want it reshaded? Yes, I made my own skin, and I kind of... I don't know, I consider it like part of my brand now. So maybe if I want to change stuff up in future, then maybe, but I don't really want to change it right now. If in debug screen you point at obsidian in the right corner, it says dragon immune. What does that mean? It means that the dragon will destroy blocks, but obsidian cannot be destroyed because it's part of the towers that spawn in the end. So you can build stuff out of endstone and obsidian, and if you build it in the area where the dragon fight happens, the dragon doesn't destroy it. But if you've ever built anything in the end and then someone summoned the dragon and you find like a massive shape carved out of it, that's because the dragon has destroyed some of those blocks. What song is this? This is Chirp from Minecraft Volume Beta. Being perpetually scared does not make for good sexy villager times, or sexy times of any kind, really. Do I have all 20 end portals? I have 18 so far. We actually unlocked 10 of them in the stream I did yesterday, so that I could get one to spawn out over the void. But yeah, we have 3 left. No, 2 left. And I'm trying to save at least one of them so that we can do the dragon fight and steal one of the end crystals whilst it's charging up. But I guess we don't have to do that with the end gateways unlocked. It's just once I've unlocked all 20 of them, I do want to build like an end hub kind of situation. It took 18 to get that. I mean, yeah, it took 10 fights the other day to get the north gateway unlocked. But it was a good thing that it hadn't been unlocked beforehand, because otherwise it would have been much harder to generate a gateway over the void. Via the void. You left at like 14 or 15. Yeah, at least we didn't have to do all of those yesterday. But yeah, it did take a while. It was fun though. I like doing the dragon fight when you've got a elytra. It makes it a lot easier. Just swooping around, taking out crystals. Do 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 do. Now I'm back to answering all of the questions I was answering on yesterday's stream of why do you want the North Gateway? Basically, the gateways to the north, south, east, and west are much easier to plot the line that the end gateway kind of casts out when it's looking for where it's going to spawn the gateway on the opposite end. Nembon MC has a really great video on this. But I think it's just Nembon now, actually. Don't worry about the MC. But the idea being that if you stay on like 0 on the x-axis and you go north from there, then that's where the end gateway is going to spawn, and you can have an easier time predicting exactly where it's going to appear. Otherwise, you have to do some maths, because there's 20 possible angles coming off of like they're like 36 degrees around each time. Or no, it'd be 18 degrees around each time, because there's 20 of them, not 10 of them. But anyway, you end up with diagonals that are quite difficult to draw. But instead, if you use one of the compass points, then you can much more easily predict the location of where the end gateway is going to end up, and then you can manipulate things so it spawns out in the void much easier. I already had the east, west, and south ones open already, so I couldn't really use one of those. Can you move spawners with pistons? No, you can't move spawners at all. Otherwise, everybody would do it. Playing the same seed, do the gateways generate the same for you? They should do. It's kind of slightly randomized, and they don't necessarily generate in the same order. I think it picks a random gateway each time, because while I was attempting to test things in creative, I think it spawned the north gateway after like maybe 7 or 8 tries at the dragon, but I was just killing it with commands, and the whole deal yesterday with doing 10 dragon fights, there was like 2 more than I expected to do. Would I go back through later and put a bright coloured block inside the spiral? I like the idea of them being formed like bismuth crystals, but I don't know if I want to put a ton of colour into this. I like the idea of it just being a simulation of the overworld somehow. How do you mine the dragon egg? Break a block under it. It's affected by gravity. So if you want it to break, all you need to do is like put a block underneath it and then like have it like this. And oh wait, no, I thought the scaffolding would drop, but it doesn't. Give me a second here. It'd be like this. And it'll just drop on there, except if there's a torch underneath it, it'll drop and break instantly. That was a very complicated way of saying that. Ned, yes, this is really Pixel Riffs. Hello. First time seeing your face, and first time you know that you've got a Twitch channel. Oh, well, welcome along. Good to see you. Thank you for checking out my channel today. Hope you're having a good day. Or push it with a piston. Yeah, you can do that too. But it's easier to do it if you tap it once to get it off of the bedrock pedestal, because then it doesn't fall into the portal or anything. That's what I've found anyway. Can mobs spawn on the grass? No. I think Endermen could still spawn if they wanted to, but they are... Let's keep that there. They're not spawning around here because it's lit up. How's the dragon egg useful? It's not. It's just there as like a trophy item, basically. Oh yeah, we brought some bone meal with us, didn't we? So let's do some of this. Yeah. Do you get any flowers in the end? Or is it just grass? Imagine starting a flower farm in the end. And it just gave you wheat seeds. Yeah, I think we only get grass here. That's kind of interesting. Obviously, we could plant our own flowers, but... Did not know that. Do-do. Flowers need sun. I mean, yeah. In the real world, they do. But you find flowers growing in caves in the overworld, you know? So... I just didn't realise that was part of the biome rules, was that you could only spawn grass here. So does grass and trees. Good point there. The other thing I was going to do, from ages ago now, was set up an infinite water source. Which I guess we can do over here, briefly. The idea is that this can be a bit of a lake situation. We've got a lake situation. Do 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 do. I guess we'll do that too. Yeah. It'll do for the moment. We are 60 followers away from 10k. Oh. And several cups of tea away from just breaking this microphone entirely. Ah. That's good tea. That's good tea. Don't spill the tea. No, there was only a tiny bit left in it. It's just draining the dregs. Breaking the mic would be a pity. Oh, it would. It definitely would. But it seems unlikely to happen. These things are quite robust. Have any cookies? I had some gingerbread, which was rather good. Pop this down. Why the spiral theme? I sort of decided on it randomly, arbitrarily, and I think it looks nice. I mean, there's not a purpose to it, but there doesn't have to be a purpose. Junji Ito's theme, yeah. The spiral. As long as it's not a cliff face with a bunch of holes in it, we'll be fine. The pattern on the floor is kind of the same thing. I just wanted to do something that felt sort of like a crop circle or something, you know? Like the villagers, who I'm eventually going to bring here, have tried to terraform things and introduce their own landscape, and maybe, I don't know, maybe the Enderman decided to draw something like this, or in the case of the stone, I think when they tried to create these cliffs, the landscape kind of reacted to it and didn't quite know how the overworld was supposed to look. Either that or this whole thing has been built by the Enderman and they're not quite sure what's going on. But yeah, it kind of feels like a symbol from Stargate or something. Seto with another 200 bits. Thank you so much for the bits again. And because why not? Why not indeed? Could be some sort of worship thing. It could be like, yeah, like a crop circle thing, something that's just unexplained. Need to put a light over here so that this grass can spread. Because it should be able to spread to over here. It can spread diagonally. Speaking of grass, I want to place a little bit more of that going out this way. Endermen don't take coarse dirt. No, I don't think they do. They take gravel and they take dirt, though, so one wonders what the difference is. The houses you're building for a village need anything special these days, like beds or a dozen doors or something. They need beds if you want them to generate iron golems or breed, and they need workstations if you want them to refresh their trades. But they don't need any of that stuff, really. It's not like they'll die without it or anything. But, yeah, beds and workstations are the things that help villagers recognize it as a village. But in terms of the game itself recognizing it as a village, yeah, it's just like a villager, a bed, and a workstation, really. Gonna basically replace all of this end stone with smooth stone. Because that's already quite a neat little landscape feature over here. Just cover most of it over, I suppose. I would like it if there was an end villager somehow. They have like purple eyes or something. Stony stone. Iron golems in the end. Yeah, starting an iron farm out here would be kind of fun. In 1.13 pre... or 1.14.3 pre... whatever it is now. I'm pretty sure they need zombies as well, so you'd have to move villagers out here and bring zombies, but that would be fun. There's all the stone. I knew I had loads of it somewhere. Archangelismo. There we go. Or Archangelissimo? It's a strange musical direction. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. Great to have you on board. Do I have a public server? No. Public server is expensive to run. I'm not really at the place where I can afford that. Also difficult to moderate. Where are you going with that? Put it down. Put it down, nerd. Gonna follow him around to make sure he doesn't get into any trouble. Maybe even put it back. I know. Yes, I am holding a sword. I will chop you in the foot. Give back my grass. You thief. I will use your XP to mend the damage to my shield. These Endermans. JB, we are creating a custom overworld biome type of thing in the end. Mainly just as a fun project, to show that you can, like, terraform the end and nothing bad happens. But also because eventually I want to bring villagers out here and make an end village. Because I think that would be really cool to have, and while there aren't any, like, custom costumes for end villagers or anything, it's kind of fun to experiment with that kind of stuff. Great job terraforming. Hey, thanks. think it's come together pretty well so far. I have tons of endstone on me now that I don't want. But, yeah, it's an opportunity to try out some terraforming stuff. I haven't really done that much of this stuff on the series before now. Am I a bully because I just called an Enderman a nerd? No, I'm a nerd too. I often use nerd as like an affectionate term anyway, so like take it with a pinch of salt. Like, I'm a guy who plays Minecraft on the internet. I don't think I have the right to call anybody a nerd in like any kind of insulting way. Pretty sure it doesn't work like that. Can you grow trees on the end, or did you build them? You can grow trees from saplings. They have to have torchlight near them, or like some sort of artificial light, because there is no skylight, and trees need that to grow. But if they have block light next to them, they can grow also. So I didn't like custom build them or anything. They just grew like that because they're oak trees. Had to even out that donation amount. Oh, right, okay. You got to the 2,000 bits. Thank you so much for the bits. Does that mean you're a nerd if you play Minecraft? I mean, yeah. Probably. Is that a bad thing? Nope. Is my shield enchanted? Yeah, it is. People kept telling me to do it, so I was like, you know what? Yeah, we'll do this. They were like, why don't you put Unbreaking and Mending on your shield? I was like, because it's a shield. It costs 1 iron and 6 wood. I can get more. But they were like, you could mend it. And I'm like, fine, whatever. Has the shield always been that low in the offhand? No, I have a texture pack that lowers it. A resource pack. Which I got from vanillatweaks.net if you're interested in getting it yourself. So what PewDiePie said is true, only nerds play Minecraft. Well, I guess so. There's like a lot of us now. Oh, this guy's not going to last very long. Let's chart his progress. Oh, he's holding his own under there. And then he stole the grass block. I mean, fine. You dealt with the endermite for me. You can have that one. Kill the mite, steal the grass. See you later, Seto. Can you acquire a spawner or mine it in single player survival? You can mine it, it just breaks. You can't actually like own a spawner. There are no ways of getting a spawner to drop as an item that you can move. They're not intended for that. I must take this grass. I must show this grass to my people. Is this project for fun or for money? I mean, it's Minecraft. What am I going to get money out of? It's looking good. I'm not on like a build team or anything. Like this is my single player world. Out of Twitch. I mean, sure, I guess, but like this project specifically, I could do other stuff and still like be on Twitch. It's not. It's just a weird question. Zebras, don't test me. I will ban you. Oh, we're so close. 55 followers away. You guys. I've been carrying around this end crystal for ages because it was the one that we had left over after the dragon fights, and I kind of want to put it somewhere, but I always worry that it's just going to get blown up. And it's going to destroy all of the blocks around it. The only funny streamer on Twitch you know. Oh, there's plenty of funny streamers on Twitch. Where's a good raid when you need one? Hey, we can't count on that stuff, though. It's very generous of people to come and share their communities with me, but I like to think a lot of this is me getting here under my own steam. I don't want to count on somebody coming in and raiding. I feel like I've worked for it and earned it. Literally making a custom world in the end. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at right now. Ah, with my last firework, take to the skies. Yeah, so this is my little custom overworld biome here. Most raiders don't really stay around long. Yeah, but it's usually a bit of an influx of followers. That's the point. It's getting the channel to 10,000 followers. It's kind of the goal. Can I have some lore for this? Very loosely. Anyway, I need to do some larger scale stuff here. Just been fiddling with these little details and cliffs and stuff for a while. What I want to do is spread the grass out to either side. Probably move some dirt here and there. And the cool thing about this is we don't have to worry too much about lighting up the area underneath all of this grass, because what's going to spawn in there? Just Endermen. And it's fine if they don't spawn in the sunlight, because we don't have to deal with them. Make a big mountain. I will at some point. I don't have Whip's patience when it comes to building mountains. Hey, Skull Daisy, you missed a great pun earlier. I forget what it was now. Where do I want to build the village? I'll probably take down some of these trees or build the houses kind of around them. Let's move this as well. What's the best way to get fireworks? Kill a bunch of creepers and farm paper. Just get a ton of sugarcane. Fireworks are quite easy to get hold of. The creepers are the hardest part, really. And all you really need to do is wait for it to get nighttime and kill a bunch of them. But in the long term, you'll want to set up some kind of mob farm which spawns creepers in a dark room. There are some farms that specialize in just doing creepers, but then Skull Daisy with 100 bits for the missed pun. Thank you for the 100 bits. But yeah, there are some farms that you can set up just to specialize in creepers, but there are others which you can get general mob drops out of as well. I don't tend to go farming for creepers specifically. Like, I don't tend to go out and hunt stuff because I have a dark room mob farm that spawns a ton of drops for me. You're building on a mushroom island so you can play with lighting and not worry about mobs. That's usually a good strategy. But does occasionally backfire if you want to get some drops. Although oceans are a really good place to build a mob farm. Because there's no spawnable space on the surface, and if you light up the caves underground, or you're high up enough above the ocean, then you can get some really good rates for your mob farm in general. Just made a new world and you got Trident from your first round. Spot the Bedrock player, ladies and gents. It could be possible to get a Trident from your first round on Java Edition, but I imagine that's quite rare. Oh, you're on Java? Oh, well played. Hey, Mr. Badger Seth. Good to see you. Welcome along. Build the entire survival guide on the end. Just recreate Founder's Forge right here. Does zombie turn drown drop a trident? They can on Bedrock, not on Java. A lot of Bedrock players, when I was trying to get my trident, was just like, you just pour water all over a zombie spawner. You'll get tons of tridents. I'm like, it doesn't work like that in Java. Counting this bonus stream as a birthday present. Well, if it's your birthday, then it absolutely is. Many happy returns. Why is there a difference between Java and Bedrock? They're coded in different programming languages. And a lot of the time, mechanics are different because they would work better for players with mobile devices, especially older mobile devices, and players on consoles that have limited processing power compared to PCs, where, in theory, you can have as much processing power as you can afford. I think the programming language is a lot to do with it, but yeah, if you think about, there's some players who have to who like can't afford to upgrade their tablets or whatever. They still have to play on like an old iPad or old Android device or whatever. And so if Mojang implements a new feature, then they have to be careful that it doesn't alienate a bunch of people who've been playing for a really long time but just have an old tablet. And so they have to be aware of performance and stuff, which means they can't always implement the features they want to or at the scale that they can on Java. If you think about the amount of mobs it's possible to generate in Java and the fact that Bedrock Edition has like mob density rules and mob caps that are totally different to the Java ones. Do looting swords work on shulkers? I think they give you a small, like a small extra chance to drop a shulker shell, but I don't think you ever get more than one unless you have a data pack for it. You can't crawl with trapdoors on Xbox. That seemed like one of those things that might have been just like a last-minute addition to Java, but it has kind of made an interesting impression on the player base in general. Gang of thugs eyeing your grass. So when are we doing the heist, boys? Gotta steal this guy's grass, see? Ah. Mochi with 3 months. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Almost 10k followers. We are 50 away, you guys. 50 away. Really good at terraforming. All I'm doing right now is placing grass blocks. I don't know, it's turning out alright. It's definitely about building up layers. And making sure that nothing is flat. That's the thing, really. A lot of people in Minecraft tend to play and they like flat landscapes so that they can build stuff on it. I like stuff that looks a little bit more organic. At this point, what do I actually have to spend my levels on? Just naming things. Repairing this bow. Not this one, but the other one I have. The one that doesn't have flame. Because my bows have infinity and not mending. I think my other bow is actually now too expensive to repair, so I'm going to have to make a new one soon. But I have all of the books, so it's fine. Whoa. Forgot they do that. Hey, Kieran, what's up? We got a few follows coming in. The number is going up and up. Let's see if we can eat the chorus fruit and actually end up on top of the cliff. Got a bit closer. And then a little bit further away. We did it! Hey, it worked for once. Do I have any merch for 10k follow? No. Unfortunately not. Dang it. Well, lightning never strikes the same place twice. How do you bring the new stack of grass onto your hotbar? Middle mouse button. Beethoven. Chorus fruit is underappreciated. I like the concept behind chorus fruit. It's interesting. And it definitely suits the vibe of the end. Make merch so I'll have something to wear next week in school. I'm pretty sure I can't make something, have you buy it, and then it arrive to you before next week of school. But I appreciate the encouragement nonetheless. Yeah, it's the lighting. You'll find the Endermen aren't like, they don't stay away from light, but they won't spawn there, and most of the time when you notice a mob, it's just because that's the area it's spawned in. But most of it is the lighting. A fantastic stuff t-shirt. It is my catchphrase. Should also get one that says, in the grand scheme of things. Just got to the end and got your elytra. A video on how to use the elytra on YouTube helped you out. Hey, no problem. Glad you found it useful. Because it can be a bit confusing at first, especially if you don't watch a lot of other Minecraft videos. You don't really know how to use them. It's not like there's a tutorial in-game for, like, this is elytra. You can use it to fly with fireworks and stuff. Yes, you can do raids in the end. That is the plan here. Bring some villagers here, get them nice and comfortable, start a raid. That's the plan. What do I think about Fortnite? I don't have an opinion on Fortnite, really. I've never played it. Village doesn't have a bell. If you trade for a bell and hang it up, will that become the villager's meeting point? Yes. Yeah, that's the idea. There's an Elytra tutorial on PS4. Yeah, I know the console versions have stuff that like pops up in the corner of the screen, don't they? It still says like, you know, press A to learn more about beds or whatever. But Java Edition has never really had that. It still has a thing that pops up and says, press E to open your inventory when you start out, but that's all the advice you're ever given. That and, like, advancements. So cool that we finished all of these, by the way. Like, all of this. You beat the Ender Dragon with just a diamond sword and a bow with no enchants? Nice. Good work. Oh yeah, there is still like a tutorial world in the console version, isn't there? There used to be an achievement hunter Easter egg in that world back in the day. If you, there was like a desert temple if you went into the pyramids and you walked around it. It was like, unlike the current desert temple, it was actually like a custom built one. And if you solved the maze that was in there, you ended up in the treasure chamber and the Tower of Pimps was there. Which is just 4 gold blocks on top of an obsidian block, but considering those guys did a lot of Xbox Minecraft videos, and they have Easter eggs in other games too, it was kind of funny. How do you move villagers to the end? You just throw them into the end portal, basically. As for how you get them out here, it's probably going to involve a flying machine or a very long minecart track. Trotsky with 3 months. Thank you so much for the 3 months of support. See some resub hype in the chat. You would totally buy an in the grand scheme of things t-shirt. I feel like out of context, it would just be the most confusing shirt. Maybe out of context shirts are the best strategy. Stream pizza has arrived. Oh, very good. I had a lovely pizza the other night. Had a post-stream pizza. Are we out of grass? I think we might be. Oh, we've got plenty of dirt. Okay, we've got some grass in here as well. I need to start using more dirt than grass. I've got tons of dirt. And if I go back to the overworld, I probably don't have much grass left. So that means I'm going to have to start lighting this up more meticulously. How big is this going to be? What I want to do is cover most of this island with overworld terrain, RIP chicken. So I think that's actually going to be quite big. So these mountains and stuff are going to be kind of a custom deal. Not really mountains, they're kind of plateaus, I guess. Hills, mesas. But, yeah, we're not going to do this kind of stuff all over the place. This is just a nice... I wanted it to feel like we're tucked away in a valley here, and then as you look out of this side, the ground kind of like forms the sides of this view of the end city. So yeah. The baby villagers should be able to fit through that 1 block high end portal. Yeah. It might even be possible to get them through in minecarts, as long as it doesn't suffocate them. But yeah, we'll see. Officially addicted to the Minecraft Survival series. And now you get to watch it live. But if you're officially addicted, I recommend seeking help. But thank you. Officially addicted does sound like you've received a medical diagnosis. This is a cool concept. That's kind of why I'm doing it, really. It's just because people haven't thought of, like, hey, I should totally terraform the end, right? And it's the kind of thing that just by mentioning an idea like this to people, if they haven't thought of it, it kind of gets their imagination working. Like, inspiration videos are kind of underrated as far as Minecraft goes. Could break the bedrock on top of the portal and drop them in. That'd work too. As long as you've got a reliable method for breaking bedrock, which I know people have in 1.14. The method I used got fixed, but then I think people are finding new ones. Do maps work in the end? They do, actually. That's something I haven't really considered, but maps do work in the end. They changed that in... Was it 1.9 or 1.10? Paranor thinks 1.10. I'm inclined to agree. It was basically because the end became much more difficult to navigate, but much more necessary to navigate when they introduced the islands. Because before that, it was just the central island and the infinite void. There was really nothing out here. And there was no real way to get out here except for build. Just like bridge forever, but there's nothing to bridge to, so it didn't really feel like it was worthwhile. And then when the islands were introduced, people had to use coordinates and stuff to get around. And you're looking for end cities and landmarks and that kind of stuff. So it does make sense for maps to become useful again. Although I still think compasses and clocks don't work here. Let's find out. Yeah, okay, the clock sprite is spinning, and the funny thing about clocks is that you never actually need to craft one if you've got a crafting table, because the clock sprite behaves exactly as it should, like it tells you what time it is in the overworld, and in the nether and the end it does this. No, I haven't raided the end city yet. I've raided plenty of others, and I want to save the shulkers from this one to bring some back to the overworld, so I'm basically sparing that one for the moment. I wish the compass would point north instead of to spawn. It would make a lot of sense. It would be how you expect compasses to work. And I don't know if anybody actually uses a compass to find spawn anyway. How do you get shulkers into the overworld? You put them in a minecart or a boat, and you either row them back to the portal on like a long bridge, or you can, I believe, if you get them in a minecart, send them back through one of those return portals, and they will end up at the central island. Once you're there, you push them towards the center portal, the exit portal that takes you back to the overworld, and you surround it with blocks that they can't teleport to. And so the block that they choose to teleport to is the one, like, inside the portal where the portal itself is. So they try and attach themselves to that piece of bedrock that forms the base of the portal. Once they do that, they get teleported to your spawn point in the overworld. You trap them in a boat again, you take them where you want to. It's pretty clever. Zloy XP showed me how to do it the first time. Yeah, how you cheat the teleport mechanic. Yeah, you basically have to create space where they can't teleport to. So slab it, or put like redstone dust around, or trapdoors, or anything like that. You just create an area that they can't jump to, and then they choose the portal more accurately, and yeah, you go from there. Just dug up 2 chunks for a slime farm, took your mending pickaxe 5 times. Nice. Well done for having done it. It's always a bit of a slog. Those little chorus plants like peeking over the top there. Buttons and end rolls. Buttons is a good call, yeah. Did it spawn them in your bedroom? No, they spawn at the world spawn point because, like, you're the only person, the only entity that can set a new spawn point for itself. 40 followers left. See if we can get that in the last half hour of the stream. Anyone who's not following already, drop a follow. You're so close. Optifine Zoom is really cool. I like Optifine Zoom. I'm very happy it's back. The begrudging. Fine. Thank you, Turco. Am I going to do a world tour soon? I don't know, maybe. If people want one. Salter with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much for subscribing. All I was asking for was a follow. Welcome to the Pixels. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you so much for the support. How do ender chests work in multiplayer? Everybody gets a different inventory. Just think of it as like an extension of your player inventory, and it'll make a lot more sense to you. But no, it's not like shared between all players. Like, everybody has their own ender chest, which is really useful on multiplayer servers because it means you can keep valuables in there without like risk of them getting stolen. And especially now players have access to shulker boxes as well, which I know are quite difficult to get on multiplayer servers if it's busy. But it means you can store a lot of stuff in there that you can keep safe from other players. So if you think there's a likelihood that your stuff is going to get nicked, then it's a little bit easier to keep it safe. Hey, Joker. Today we are streaming until we get 10,000 followers, which we are 35 followers away from, or 45. 35. Thank you guys so much for the support today. And yeah, we are working on a custom overworld style biome here in the end. With some weird terrain. What languages do I speak? English. And that's it. I do wish I could speak more languages, but I simply don't have the time to learn them right now in the way that I could try and learn them. And then I don't think I have a particular like knack for learning languages. It just takes a lot of hard work, and I don't really have the time, unfortunately. Can you make a double ender chest? No, unfortunately not. Because then how would you know, right? If you made a double ender chest, could you only access like half of the ender chest at a time? Which half would you get when you put an ender chest down at any given moment? No worries, Joker. It's all good. Let's start that there, actually. 30 followers away. So close. Fluent in sarcasm, I like it. Put a bit more of this stuff around some of these areas that don't have the spiral going on. Just for a little bit of extra flavor. Give it some sauce, you know? Can Enderman pick up shulker boxes? No. That would be a nightmare. Shulkers, once you've actually killed the shulker, you don't have to worry about it teleporting, but then you think about an Enderman teleporting it for you, basically. That would be the weirdest thing if shulkers could store stuff for you, but would still teleport away. Come back with my stuff. It's like I'm making an Enderman Park. Enderman Nature Preserve. What's my flavor? Probably cheese and pickle. Don't understand the question. The only interesting block Enderman can pick up is TNT. Ah. And that's when the trouble starts. Do I have long grass beside the saplings? Which saplings? I see only trees here. Are you oh, you're talking to somebody in the chat. I was confused there for a second. I was like, I have a sapling over here, but that's a dark oak sapling. My ketchup or mustard kind of guy. Depends on the subject. An English mustard is very different to American mustard. We'll do the mumbo view in a second. Are end cities with ships rare? They kind of are. I mean, you've got to usually go through a few of them. I think there's only like a 30% chance of one spawning with a ship. I'm pulling that statistic out of nowhere. It's probably not quite that, but I think there is like a small percentage of cities that can actually spawn with ships. Very different to American mustard is a polite British way of saying better. That's the thing. I don't really think it is better. I prefer American mustard because it's milder. British mustard is very pungent and it gets up your nose. And yeah, it's tolerable in very, very small amounts. But I'm the kind of person who likes to put a lot of a condiment on something. Can we do unpopular opinion Minecraft edition? Okay, I'll start. Diorite is okay. Unpopular opinion number 1. Horseradish mustard is where it's at. Ah, you're a wasabi man. But yeah, it's kind of like horseradish in the UK. Like it's that kind of... It's got that kind of like... back of the throat, burning the sinuses kind of deal to it. It's very strong. With the coughing and the spluttering. This park needs an Enderman statue with a bird feeder. It's going to be the official Ender Park. I tried tartar sauce for the first time recently, and it just tastes like McDonald's burger sauce to me. Am I doing it wrong? I think it's the capers. I am now craving fish and chips, and I might get fish and chips for dinner. But yeah, tartar sauce just tastes like the McDonald's burger sauce. That is about what it tastes like? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. As long as I'm not the only one. As long as my taste buds haven't been broken at some point. Yeah, I might go get myself some fish and chips for dinner. Do some nice roasted veggies. Unpopular opinion, food edition. Chip shop chips aren't very good. Either that or all the chip shops I've been to are rubbish. How's Mrs. Pix's trip going? It seems to be going fine. Last I heard, they were leaving Arizona and on their way back to California. So they should hopefully be back home in about, I'd say, 5 or 6 hours at this point. Do I have any data packs on this world? No, this world is, for the most part, entirely vanilla. I have one resource pack to lower the shield, and I use Optifine, but that's about as deviant from vanilla as I get. I've also just run out of torches, and I've run out of grass blocks, so we won't really be able to spread much more grass up here. Can I do any accents? Yes, I won't do any of them, though, because I worry about offending people. What am I making? This is a custom biome in the end. And I need to leave it for a second so that I can go and get some grass, probably. Or some more coal for torches. Either way. So, this is what we've done so far. And I'm quite happy with that. I think this looks real cool. Let's get out of here. Nailed it. Getting better at that. I do any impressions? I do a couple, but I feel like I do them more spontaneously. Like, if you put me on the spot and ask me to do an impression of someone, I think it's always going to be really bad. Yeah, I'm planning to keep the end city there. The end city is going to be like a landmark at the end of the valley. And I'm planning on keeping it there until at least I have stolen some of the shulkers from it and brought them back to the overworld. So for a start, let's get some coal out of here. And I need my fortune pick for that. Man, my shulker boxes and my ender chest is looking really bare lately. Let's break these open. Bonus coal chop, yes. It's chopping Wednesday. Doesn't have the same ring to it. Is the end infinite? In the same way that the overworld is. It's got a world border really far out, but it's so far out that it may as well be infinite. Nobody's ever going to go there in typical gameplay. Now, do we have... Give me that pickaxe. Do we have any grass left? Okay, we have some. Do I have any shulker boxes that I can use to take the grass back is the next question. Mining Wednesday. I mean, mining and chopping are basically the same thing. I've used the word chop very loosely to describe a variety of activities. If it's resource gathering, that counts as chopping. Put some coal blocks in the custom biome. I mean, we could put some ores and stuff around, but yeah, I might do that eventually. We are currently 27 followers away from 10k here on Twitch. Thank you guys so much for hanging out on the stream today. Very much appreciated. Shopping Tuesday, bonus Wednesday, Minecraft Thursday, Minecraft Sunday. That's yeah. That's accurate. Whoa. Okay. Didn't want to be there. What happened? Just jumped right off my nether hub, I did. That's what I meant to do. I was like, did my elytra break? I felt sure I had enough durability in that. No worries, though. I don't think that was even lag. I think that was just me spacing out. Yeah, we have fire protection on all of my armor and protection for stacking, so I don't really need to worry about taking any damage. But it's a good thing that didn't happen over the void. Speaking of which, let's try this again. We did it. Welcome back to the Ender, by the way. Just underlining the need to finish the nether hub. True. That's true. I did make an episode about making the armor, yes. It's only going to be valid until the next version, though. Apparently they've rolled back the change that allowed you to stack multiple protections. I have no idea why, but they have. So, yeah, enjoy it while you can. Make the armor while you can. It's a 1.14 to 1.14.2 thing. And then RIP stacking protections 2019 to 2019. We barely knew ye. Yeah, there's some folks on my Patreon server have made like 7 sets or something now. They're like, if I lose any, I've got 6 more. Yeah, time to grind for diamonds. The armor is a glitch, but you say it was a feature. It was marked in the bug tracker, works as intended. Which I guess probably just meant we're too lazy to fix this, or we're going to see what happens. But for a while, it seemed like it was meant to be that way. And people talked about it as though it had always been intended to be that way. And so maybe those people were just misinformed, but it seems like, yeah. They rolled back the enchantment system to fix a couple of other bugs, and then they just acted like the protection stacking thing was a bug after all. Yeah, it was added in the changelog like it was a feature, you're right, so... I think the enchantment system just for whatever reason had some weird problems coded into it, and they were like, to fix those problems, we're going to roll back one of the minorest features. And to be fair, I'm happy with the enchantment table changes because I was getting so many piercing enchantments. As you guys have heard me complain about many times. No Flame Blaster, it doesn't help if you unfollow me and then follow me again. It's a total, it's not like a how many people have followed this stream thing. We're making a custom overworld biome here in the end, is the idea behind this. I'm going to move some villagers out here eventually, and we're going to have a village in the end just to prove that we can. And then we're going to have a raid start here to prove that we can. What am I going to fill under the cliff with? Nothing, just going to leave it bare. Leave it open. And there's no point in even lighting it up, because Endermen are going to spawn in there, but that's not going to be a problem. They're not particularly noisy. Getting fed up of the end? Yes and no. Like, I have other projects that I want to get to, but I've enjoyed this whole week of end-related stuff. It is kind of like being indoors for a while, though. You just want to see the sun. You want to see the sky. Trap all the Endermen who've been stealing my grass. And then they just steal grass blocks to get themselves out again. Oh, curses! The one thing I didn't think about. Should have thought it through. It's looking good. It's looking real nice. It worked like this when they made Infinity and Mending on bows mutually exclusive. Yeah, no, totally. They can roll back changes like that when they want. And it's frustrating sometimes when, especially for me, like if I've made a tutorial about it, it seems so silly that the video content about it all becomes very outdated instantly. But I'm not complaining or anything, it's just an odd situation to be in. Pre-release 2 for 1.14.3 has been here for a bit. Do you think full 1.14.3 will drop soon? I hope so. There's a couple of changes in that I'm really looking forward to. I wonder if they are still testing iron farms and talking to the tech community about that stuff, because that's one of the most significant changes. I do wonder if they are sort of half wondering if they should get rid of gossip entirely and replace that with something better, because gossip is only really about trading and positive or negative reputation now, which still makes sense as a system, but you've removed one of the big parts of it by removing the golem thing. I sort of wonder if they're internally debating what to do. Then again, they've also had a big week with Dungeons and Minecraft Earth both debuting at trade shows and stuff recently, so it's potentially going to be delayed slightly by the amount of the team who are away for stuff like that. I know Jeb was, if not at the briefing, he was watching the Xbox briefing on Twitter the other day, so I think a lot of them have tweeted recently about going over to Redmond for stuff. Do I think they should have an update to caves? Yeah, but I don't know how you would update them. I don't know how you would update them without significantly changing terrain generation to the point where everybody would have to update their worlds or go really far away to generate new stuff in established worlds. That's always the thing people don't tend to think all that much about, but think about when end cities and these outer islands were added in Minecraft 1.9. There was nothing out here to begin with, so they could be reasonably confident that it wasn't going to overwrite anybody's builds, and they could just use all of that leftover space to do stuff. And that was really, like, 1.8 was really the last update that had major changes to terrain gen. I think maybe even 1.7 might have been. And so there is less chance of them overwriting stuff and less chance if they change these kind of small things. I guess oceans was probably another big thing, but you can retroactively change the biome of an ocean without necessarily having it grow a ton of new stuff. For the update aquatic, I think before they change cave systems, they've got to take a real long think about how that's going to be done, and the fact that a lot of people will have established worlds that they don't want to quit on, but then they will still have to travel really far away in order to experience anything new. Math with two very different questions there. Yes, you can do a raid in the end. I plan to do it as part of a video at some point. I'm not going to do one today because I don't have any villagers here yet. And things without the wife are going. I miss her a great deal. But, yeah, she'll be back before long, so it's not anything you need to worry about. Yeah, I think the thing about making changes to established worlds is that there are smart ways of doing it, which they've kind of done before. 1.9 is the update that I always point to, with having changed the outer islands for the end and actually, you know, been able to make them. Because it's a way they could update everybody's worlds with a bunch of new terrain generation and new structures and stuff without really affecting anything everyone's built in the overworld. And yeah, you can delete chunks like I did for the pillager towers to generate and stuff, and the new villages. There are ways around that kind of stuff, and I think a lot of people are fairly savvy to that now. But it's still an inconvenience, and it's still relying on third-party tools to do it properly a lot of the time. Cave dimension. I think that's the other thing, like adding another dimension just feels not right. Like 3 is a good number of dimensions to have. And yes, there are successful dimension mods like Twilight Forest and the Ether and everything, but they are modded. And the thing about it is just adding a dimension feels almost like a lazy solution when the solution could be to improve the experience that we already have in the overworld rather than to outsource it to another dimension and just everyone thinks the overworld is boring. And besides, like a cave dimension, what would you find there that you don't already find in the overworld? New ores and mobs. That's the thing, it's always new ores. Like, what are new ores gonna get you? Just like a different kind of pickaxe. Like that kind of stuff, it goes stale so quickly. Like, if you change the progression, you add one more, like, higher tier of tools. Everyone's just going to skip over diamonds, get to that tier of tools, and then what? Like, they have a slightly better pickaxe. It doesn't change the game in a fundamental way. And updates don't have to, but I just think adding new ores is never, like, a solution to a problem. Like, the problem is mining is boring right now, and we don't want to do it. And at what point does that become, like... You know, finding new ores is like a thrill for a minute because it's something brand new, but then that doesn't ultimately solve the problem of mining sucks. If you look at this update as an example, this update has solved a lot of problems with villagers. It's also caused a lot of problems with villagers, but those are kind of side effects. It solved the problem of having to kill villagers over and over again in order to get the trades you want, because you can rotate trades in and out nice and quickly. You can get whatever things you want. Like, it solved the problem of having to go through a bunch of villager breeding kind of problems before you get a farmer. You can just make a farmer using a composter. I think that's made villagers more accessible, and it's an improvement. So... that's what people should be looking at from a caving update, is not just, oh, there's a new material that you have to go out and find, because then you find that material and you never go have to look for it again. I think there are smarter ways of making caving a more appealing experience. By the way, we are 18 followers away from 10,000 here on Twitch. Mineshafts made it cool for a while. Yeah, and more underground biomes, I think, would be a great start. Because that not only encourages people to go mining to look for stuff, it encourages people to build there because there's a cool environment. And then they spend a lot more time with the feature. Like, Terraria has underground biomes, and while I'm sure Minecraft doesn't want to be seen as, like, ripping off features like that, it's a good feature. Each one has its own kind of set of resources, its own set of blocks that comes with it. The whole thing feels very coherent still. And finding stuff like abandoned mineshafts is still like a treat every now and again. It's one of those things like diamonds, where like the fact that it exists suddenly is quite exciting. I think that solves a problem in a way that just adding new materials to the game and new ores that we can turn into stuff does not. And if you look at the way other items get added, like if take chorus fruit right now, like it's effectively a material like an ore, you know? You get it, you smelt it, you can build stuff with it. It doesn't make a pickaxe for you, but you don't need another pickaxe. You've got the diamond stuff. For me, this is the problem with the scope of ideas in a lot of the Minecraft player base, is that everyone thinks the way people who make really basic mods do. J Clem, thank you so much for taking me out of my rant with that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the Pixels, you are 1 in a million. Enjoy your emotes, thank you for the support, I appreciate you a great deal. We are 16 followers away. Fossils being more widespread. And that's the thing, like, fossils, they introduced bone blocks with that update, and I think that's the value of stuff like fossils, more than being able to find stuff in the world, like finding a fossil whilst you're digging. Cool, I guess, but that adds bone meal that can be gathered in large quantities for peaceful players. It adds bone blocks for builders, but in terms of the... Alright, we just looked at that guy. in terms of the actual value it gives to the game to just find a fossil, you're not guaranteed to find one, and they're not frequent enough that they're really an event. And then once you've found one, you've sort of found them all. Whereas I think abandoned mineshafts still have that maze-like quality. You can get lost in them. You know? It's got more of that kind of adventure quality to it, which just finding a bunch of bones underground does not. Much as it is every child's dream to be like an archaeologist and dig up dinosaur bones and stuff. Do I think vertical slabs should be added? I don't really care about vertical slabs. I like the challenge of having to incorporate stuff like trapdoors and that kind of stuff. And I think the solution to wanting vertical slabs is always just to build stuff bigger, which sucks, I know, because people like putting detail in and like building small builds, and large builds take a long amount of time, but if you just scale everything up by one, if you scale it up to twice the size you were building before, which obviously is a tall order, quite literally, blocks become your vertical slabs. That's all I'm saying. And then you need like 10 times the amount of materials and stuff. I know. There are flaws with what I'm arguing here, but I really think it's... Vertical slabs is another one of those things where, like, great, we have vertical slabs now. We have slabs and stairs of all of these different stone types. I have used granite slabs so little. I love that they exist, but I just don't use them. And that's not because I dislike granite anymore. I think the new texture is great. I think there are just things which sound good in theory, but in practice make very little adjustment to how we already play the game. Yes, Kuro, this is a Wednesday stream. This has somehow become a Wednesday stream. If I stream for another 5 hours, can I just call that my Thursday stream done? Because technically it will be Thursday. No, I kid. We're going to be back here tomorrow. It's made your day 100 times better. Well, my day is about to get 10,000 times better in about 16 followers' time. You've only ever found one fossil block, not an entire fossil? Oh, gosh. It's not been a good day. I'm sorry to hear that. Sam is baller with a 2-month resub with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the resub. Subhype in the chat. How do you just put the stack of stone in the slot without moving it with your mouse? Middle click. The middle click button. It's pick block. It used to only work in creative, but after a certain update, I forget which, they made it possible to do in survival. It just pulls a block of that, like a stack of that item out of your inventory if you have it. Like the first stack up here gets pulled out. Found a fossil generated in midair. Just floating skeleton. Spooky and scary. Found a fossil in a desert temple and the chests were gone. Oh, what? The fossil, like, overwrote the chests generating? That's kind of crazy. What do I think of a moon with less gravity and more mobs? It would just look like the end. And again, there's Galacticraft for that. Like, I get that mods can often be a source of inspiration, but I feel like there are some content mods which get the content right, or at least do pretty well. And so adding that stuff to Minecraft almost feels like they wouldn't be able to do as well. I think that was a lot of people's opinion of Village and Pillage when they'd seen Tango's Villager mod, and they were like, well, why doesn't Minecraft just do this? And I low-key think that might be why Tango isn't back on Hermitcraft. He's just like, well, I've done this better, so... Now, I have no insight into Tango's, like, thought process or anything, though, so please don't take that as any kind of indication. I don't want to make assumptions about the dude's life, but, yeah. If I was him, I might be thinking the same way. Just, like... This whole villager thing is not the way I would imagine villagers to be, so why would I bother with it when I can play my own thing? Did I miss a sub from J Clem there, or did I say that one? Sorry if I missed that. I've been spacing out and talking about other stuff. What do I think of the Dungeons trailer? Dungeons looks really good. I'm really looking forward to playing some of that. Went and looked up the Twilight Forest mod. You may have to play that soon. Twilight Forest is very cool. I really like it. They've done a good job. It's definitely an adventuring kind of mod, as most dimensions are, I suppose. But like, there are some other pretty cool dimension mods. Galacticraft is technically, I guess, a dimension mod. It's kind of a tech thing as well, but it's also like you can go to space. That's kind of a dimension thing. The Ether, a lot of people think the Ether is really cool. I've not really played it, so I can't add my input to that, but yeah, people have said the Ether is really cool. Between Lands is supposed to be pretty hard and spooky, but is sort of like a darker version of Twilight Forest. It's not based on it, but it's like a similar vibe. Slightly fantasy-ish. Do I think they'll add any of the items from Dungeons trailer in future updates? I think Dungeons is a good proving ground for that kind of stuff. Aha! That's where he took my grass block. I think Dungeons is a good way for them to road test stuff like that and consider how it might be added to survival. I kind of gave my opinion on that in this week's episode of the Spawn Chunks podcast, where I was talking about those key mobs. And you could probably have them open specific, like, chests, boxes, that kind of stuff, if that stuff spawned in dungeons in your average Minecraft world. But in terms of the way they are used in Minecraft dungeons, if they, like, they're for opening doors, is what we saw in the trailer. 9 times out of 10, a player is just going to knock that down with their pickaxe. The only way you can get around that is to make the blocks of the door and the thing that it is blocking off from you unbreakable, which just adds another unbreakable block into the game, which we don't really want. But I would love to see some stuff like, yeah, you're talking about the combat system. Like, I would love to see the combat system overhauled and some more stuff like, there was clearly like a magic user in there, right? And there's a bunch of different weapons. There's like a hammer you can use as a weapon, and you think about how we use axes now. Like, it's clearly got the primary use, which is chopping down trees, but also the combat update in 1.9 introduced the axe as a slightly more viable weapon. It's got its advantages, it's balanced. And I think having a hammer that was like slow to swing but devastating could be another angle on that. Having spears and stuff might be kind of interesting as well. But these are all also ideas that have been thrown around like the combat arena for a while. So I don't know how you inject something fresh into that hasn't already been talked about and vetoed. Am I making chiseled stone brick? No, but I get that it has that feel. If anything, I'm making chiseled quartz. I never played more than a chapter of Minecraft story mode. I don't know, it just wasn't for me. That kind of format just didn't quite work for me. I think it's a shame that Telltale Games went the way they did. Not as far as the game itself went, but as far as like them having to shut down. It's always a bit of a shame when any company in the games industry has to call it quits. Let's roll that back one. There we go. Jousting would be cool. Jousting would be an interesting addition. It would certainly get people using horses more. If we could joust. Pretty sure that counted as a field goal right there. It's on Netflix. Is it going to stay on Netflix, though? Because they're taking down the servers as of the end of this month, and it's no longer going to be possible to download old episodes of it. So presumably, that means the Netflix version is going to expire at some point as well. I feel like the Netflix version might have been the last-ditch effort to keep some of that stuff alive. What would I choose if I had to pick between Dungeons and Minecraft Earth? Okay, I love Minecraft Earth. I love the concept of it. I think it's probably going to have more value overall than I think Minecraft Dungeons really does. But in terms of what I think I'm going to play more, I think I'm going to play Minecraft Dungeons more. The main reason for that being I don't have that many local friends who I could play Minecraft Earth with. And obviously it's probably a good game to play solo, and it's a good game to just kind of play around with and reimagine what could happen around in the world around you. The AR element of it is really interesting. But I'm definitely going to get more mileage out of Minecraft Dungeons as somebody who makes a living playing video games for people on the internet. And I like the couch co-op thing. It's got online co-op as well. I think I would probably play Minecraft Dungeons more. Battery life for the augmented reality thing is going to be a problem. Because from what I understand from like the interviews I've been reading, it's a game that is intended to be entirely in AR. It's not like Pokemon Go where they have like an overview map. Like I used the AR element of Pokemon Go like a couple of times, but because it has to have the camera on the whole time, that drains the battery. And I imagine that's going to be the case with a lot of people. It's not really going to be viable on a device that doesn't have really good battery life, which I guess encourages folks like Apple to up their game, but it also encourages people to buy newer devices, and it encourages people to invest in larger devices like tablets. We will see. Have I made the Enderman farm yet? I have. Do you want to see it? It's out here. Check my elytra's still okay. There it is. You'll see this in tomorrow's episode. Did the setup and everything in tomorrow's episode. Endermite's down there chilling. You can sort of see the little particles coming off of it. There he is. Nembon's Ender Mini. Beast of a farm. A little bit ridiculous. What phone do I have? I have an iPhone 6S. So it's just on the edge of basically being cut out of everything else they're doing now. And I would probably need to upgrade in order to do some of the newer stuff. Be playing Pokemon Go today if you had any data left. It's cool that people are still playing that, and I guess that in the long term it's going to stand the test of time because there's always new generations of Pokemon coming out. Like Sword and Shield is going to be a thing. By the way, I saw some people talking about how Pokemon Sword and Shield isn't going to have a national Pokédex. I don't get the difference between that and the Pokédex that you have in the game. Can somebody explain that to me who's better at Pokemon? Because I have not played a recent Pokemon game, so I don't know what the deal is with a national Pokédex. Is that like the Pokédex for that region? Or you can't import Pokemon from previous games? Could you do that before? Could you you could import stuff from previous generations? Really? I never knew that was a thing. And so they're not including that in Sword and Shield, so you couldn't import your like Gen 6 Pokemon from like the 3DS or whatever. It was a thing back in Gen 2. Okay, well I tapped out at Pokemon Blue, so we at 10k already? No, we have like 14 people left. Eerie noise. Yeah, I had no idea that was possible in Pokemon. Makes sense, I guess. Especially if you're one of those people who went to like a special event and they gave you a Mew in the Pokemon Red and Blue days. You're like, I want to keep that. That's my friend for life. A future update could make it happen. Yeah, I saw some people who like, you know, if it's free DLC later, then I'll be less salty about this. But yeah, I just had no idea what they were talking about. These spirals are too small. 6-hour stream? Nah. Probably not. It's a conspiracy right now. People have heard I'm going to stop streaming when we hit 10k, and people are not following as a result. No, I think things are winding down here. I love this music too. This music is great. AJ! I'm going to call you AJ. Possibly Ayarans. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million. Kind of spirally, still. Now let's see if we can get up there. Nope. If I stand underneath this, Well, that's fine. I wanted that piece of scaffold anyway. I'm gonna keep trying. I think I can't teleport up there because it's too high. Iskel is streaming, so he might drop a raid. He probably won't. He's got other friends to raid. I think this is definitely going to be a, if not a long ongoing project, then it's going to be something that takes us like a couple of weeks to get done if we work in it on streams and end up annoying everybody who wants me to finish the Nether hub. Fish sticks it is, I see. Well, I will take some credit for that. But, you know, good choice. Get one on this, we can go back to the Nether hub. Yeah, that's true. I also kind of just want... I want to know where everything in this world is. I want to plot future stuff. Oh my gosh! The subs! The prop box, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome to the Pixels. You are 1 in a million. And I appreciate the support. Do you know if the spawn chunks are loaded when you're in a different dimension? They are for some stuff, but not for other things. Which is a vague answer. I'm pretty sure, like, the spawn chunks can still process stuff like villager activity, iron golem farming, that kind of stuff can still happen if you're in a different dimension. If you're in the Nether, your iron farm still works. But some stuff, some activity gets suspended when you enter a different dimension. Stuff like furnaces, smelting stuff, for example. Like, if your furnaces are in the spawn chunks and you're in the overworld, then that still happens. But if your furnaces are in the spawn chunks and you go to the Nether, then they stop smelting the stuff they were smelting. It's weird. I think it's like entity processing still hangs around, and I think that's mostly because of iron farms. But, yeah, there's some stuff that doesn't. Henrik's Cube, I see everything that's going on in my chat. Glad you're enjoying the videos. The all-seeing pixel. Also, yeah, right now chat is not going fast enough. To say that I see everything in my chat, sometimes I don't, but sometimes chat is just going a little bit nuts. Today has been more chill, and I like the more chill days. This is also a day that most people don't expect me to stream, so that is perhaps understandable. Started Minecraft again after 6 years. Wow, there's so many people who've said that now, and it's just the best feeling to know that I've kind of inspired people to rejoin this community. I'm a good influence. I try to be. Ultimately, I try to be. We are 10 followers away from 100k. Not 100k, 10k. I wish I had 100k followers. A little late to the game, just started playing Minecraft, stoked to find the channel. Hey, it's the best time. You will find it a very, very good time. The early days of when you're first starting out in Minecraft is memories that you will probably keep for a while. That's one of the special things about this game, really. Everybody has that sense that they want to go back and recapture what it felt like to play this game for the first time. And that's something I see on the Minecraft Reddit a lot, actually, is a lot of people saying, like, you know, how do I get the magic back into my game? And I like to hope, in some small way, that I'm bringing that for people by kind of introducing them to stuff they didn't think was possible when they were playing, which might have been possible, but maybe some of the newer features have made it possible. Just stoking the fire a little bit. Am I going to stream again today? Depends what today is for you. If it's Thursday for you yet, then yes, but it seems unlikely that I will, like, finish this stream and then start another one in 2 hours. It's not the way it works. Alright, Paranor, have a good one. If you're going to be around tomorrow, I will see you then. Play through the Xbox One tutorial edition. Nice. That's a good start, because yeah, if you can get a foundation for what's going on in this game, it will help. There's some stuff that can get a little bit confusing at first, and as long as you know the controls and so forth, you know how to break stuff, you know how to place stuff, then that's kind of where you want to be to begin with, and then dive in and see how far you can get there. What are the best things to store in shulker boxes? Emergency supplies, backup gear and valuables. Especially if you're on a multiplayer server and you want to carry that stuff around with you like a wallet. Bring some diamonds with you, that kind of stuff. But I store redstone stuff because that's... Occasionally I'll need a redstone component on the fly. It's kind of useful to have them here and there. Stuff like wood is quite useful, whether it's, you know, wood that you have already chopped down, or if you've got saplings and bone meal in there so you can grow a tree wherever you happen to be. But wood is one of those supplies that is very useful to have, and you should take with you everywhere you go. If you're going caving, take wood with you, because you can, as long as you've got access to wood, you can start from scratch basically anywhere if you have to. And I tend to keep stuff in there like ender pearls and scaffolding, the type of stuff that's useful to me when I'm building, but the rest of that is really up to you. All depends on what you find yourself using the most in the game, and start with that as a template. Frosty just found out I'm on Twitch. I am on Twitch. Welcome along. Thank you for the follow. You are my 9,990th follower. That's a weird way of saying that. You are my 9,990th follower. We are 10 followers away from hitting 10,000 here on Twitch. I cannot thank you guys enough. This has been very, very cool. Let's do some bone mealing up here. Got a little bit more grass now. For a start, we've got this patch. And see, this all looks nice and organic. If you're wandering around this, you get that organic feel. Oh, and you get creepy noises. Yeah, I can do without the tall grass. Maybe the occasional one I'll leave here and there, but most of this can just go. That also thins out the grass a little bit, so it's not spammed everywhere. Sounds like someone just passed out on a piano, right? Clang. Let's jazz. It's avant-garde. Again with the tall stuff. Yeah, we have bone mealed the ground so many times here and no flowers have spawned. So I have learned that today. One does not get flowers in the end. Husband hates tall grass. I mean, tall grass, yeah, it's kind of annoying. Mobs can hide in it. You end up hitting the grass instead of the mob, and then a creeper is in your face, and you're like, I hit that. I hit that grass square in the face. Nine followers away. Can't get him to mow the lawn with any regularity, but he hates tall grass in Minecraft. Them's the breaks. May as well light this up as well. Yeah, I do like some various people have suggested the mycelium in the end thing. I think we'll probably do that somewhere around here. It might be one of those cases where we blend it in. We kind of dither it into the grass down here, and then it becomes this part of the landmass or something. But as far as how this is looking so far, I am really very excited. What's my daily schedule for Twitch? I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at 3 PM UK time. Bonus streams will happen occasionally, like today, but I mostly just announce those on Twitter, so if you want to follow me on Twitter as well, you can usually get updates about future streams there. If you're not on Twitter, then check my YouTube community page, because I will usually post there if I'm going live on Twitch. Yeah, the sharing stuff with your neighbors and stuff was how people had to share information about video games back before the internet. I remember a lot of people saying that about the original Legend of Zelda games, was that you had to basically swap tips with your friends, or like buy the guidebook or call the hotline or whatever, and it was a sneaky money-making system for some studios, but also it encouraged people to talk about the game. And so that's what you had there with you and your neighbor. Yeah. Swapping crafting recipes and stuff. Just finished your mob drop farm for the current world. Rates have been good even without the water running. Now to AFK a bit from your Minecraft. Hey, welcome on board. We've been working on a custom end biome out here. It's gone rather well, but I keep running out of grass and I only have dirt now. So I'll probably need to place some more of that and light some more of it up. Let's grab a bit more of that and put this end stone and stone away. End stone and stone. What did we even do before the internet? We read books. Oh my gosh! We have the prop box with a tip of 3808, which I presume translates to something else in some other kind of currency. Thank you so much for the generous tip. For a few coffees, apparently. Yes, well, I will try and buy coffees with them. They may end up being teas, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Very generous. Thank you. That's how info spread in school. You still remember hearing the hack to get unlimited items from Poke... Oh, yeah, so, yeah, the missing no glitch was like the kind of thing that you passed around as notes. And like how to get Mew was always the thing, wasn't it? It was like stuff in Final Fantasy VII, how to get the gold chocobos and stuff like that. I think I was playing those games around the time GameFAQs.com was becoming a thing, so I kind of got my info from the internet after a certain point. But yeah, those were some glory days for a while there. Go get yourself whatever you fancy. Alright, I will, thanks. Very kind of you anyway. Still have your Dark Cloud guide because there was no play. What's Dark Cloud? The name is familiar, but I don't recall ever having played it. The big ASCII art pieces. Yeah, that was game FAQs in a nutshell, really. It was like, here is the logo for Final Fantasy VIII or whatever, done in a bunch of Unicode characters and lines and stuff. Thought you called me a fancy man. Go and get your tea, you fancy man. Now, there is a lot of this place to cover in dirt, let me tell you. Should you wait for 1.14.3 for an iron farm? Definitely. Gosh, like, I can't imagine building one now and then having it break in the next version, but the next update has removed the way that golems currently spawn based on villager gossip. It's now just whether or not they're currently being scared. They will spawn golems anyway, occasionally, but the rates for that have been nerfed, and villagers now basically have to be scared in order to spawn iron more reliably. And so you put 3 of them in a box with a zombie. And they can just be looking at the zombie. The zombie doesn't have to be actively attacking them. And that's how you spawn iron golems in the new version. So, yeah, you will definitely find it will be a lot better if you wait. I don't know how long it's going to be until that update publishes, though, so we'll see. But I imagine it won't be long. Prefer that to gossip. I prefer it to gossip too, mainly because it fixes the problem with golems spawning freaking everywhere in villages. If you're making a custom village, like the jungle village that I made, still get golems spawning everywhere if I go there. And you don't need them. You rebuild the world piece by piece by raiding a region's dungeon. The people you rescued had families and friends in favoured locations, so you had to design the towns in a way to make them all happy. That sounds amazing. Why have I never heard of this game? Oh yeah, no. The Streamlabs does US dollars as the default currency, and I think you can specify a currency, but it translates it to US dollars. I don't know if I can change that, but I guess I don't need to. Have I tried Yorkshire Tea's biscuit tea? I don't think so. All tea is biscuit tea, surely. Didn't know there was a biscuit tea. The place that I get my loose leaf tea from does one that's called Chocolate Digestive, that's got like little chocolate bits in it and some oats and stuff for flavour and a little bit of malt. But I don't know if that's like malted stuff. I don't know if Yorkshire Tea is doing that in bags or something. It tastes of biscuits. That's kind of what Bird and Blend do, I guess, then. Yeah. Interesting. Did not know that there was a biscuit tea. And I get Yorkshire Tea anyway. I get Yorkshire Gold and I get standard Yorkshire Tea. Depending on which one's on sale at the time. Like if Yorkshire Tea is like rather discounted at the time, then I'll get it. But Yorkshire Gold, rather. They mostly taste the same to me. I doubt there's that much difference. I don't know if you guys follow Python on Twitter, but recently Yorkshire Tea sent him like a care package. Hashtag ad. Hey, Miss Dirty Bird is back for the 3-month resub. Thank you so much for the resub. See some sub hype in the chat. Yeah, in America you've also got sweet tea as well as the soda problem. We have a reasonable amount of like soda and stuff here as well, but I don't tend to drink that stuff. Had enough of it when I was a kid, and I'm like, nah, it's not for me as an adult. But then as a kid I didn't drink tea, so you move over to the warm beverages. Vimto, a lot of Vimto. Squash. There's a great deal of that. Alright folks, I am all tapped out. I wanted to stick around for another 8 followers, but I think I'm going to call it there. And we might be able to start the next stream with 10,000 followers, which might be pretty cool. Who knows, we might get them overnight between now and tomorrow. But I think that is going to be it. Because I'm running around aimlessly just doing stuff now. I'm just like tinkering with one thing or the other. I'm running out of resources, and I think it's time to call it a night. So, let's see who is out here streaming, who we can drop a raid on. Oh, fantastic. Really Boogalicious is streaming, and she is learning Minecraft right now, so we're going to send a raid in her direction. Be kind, and remember that she is very new to the game, so don't demand her to do a bunch of stuff. Make sure that you don't backseat game too much, because she's learning, she's doing some cool stuff. You guys are going to like her. So, don't forget you can use your Pixel Hype emotes and the hashtag Pixel Raid to show some love over at Boog's chat. My name's been Pixel. I'll be back tomorrow for another stream around the same time. Until then, take care. Bye for now.